Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you're all having a good afternoon. Let's see who else all here. Welcome JWL, A Terrells, A Gage, A Fantaz, and everybody else who is here. Alright, this is no secret for any of you who have been around my channel for a while. So, I've been waiting almost 2 years. Believe it or not, it has actually been just about 2 years for a new extraction to be pretty much, playable here for my channel. And I kind of had the realization that, you know, there's kind of two paths, right? Either Mistfall flops or it succeeds. It's gonna be one or the other. And if Mistfall succeeds and I do swap my channel over to that game instead, it's very likely that I really won't be playing Dark and Darker like at all anymore. So I wanted to at least do one last DaD stream before tomorrow, just for, I don't know, just for the sake of doing it. Now, this isn't to say that I'll never play this game again, but realistically, being that it's a new game, it's probably going to be a while, realistically. So I just figured we hang out. This is more of like a hangout, chill stream. Nothing really too crazy. We're just gonna kind of play some games. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm very excited for Mistfall. There's a few hang-ups that I have. Like, there's a few things I'm like a little bit worried about as far as Mistfall's release goes. But I'm hoping that once the game full launches, I'm hoping those worries, go away. Ultimately, we're kind of in a spot where Dark and Darker has no real competition. It is the only melee-focused extraction game at all. And if Mistfall flops / dies, that is going to be pretty damn unfortunate, because that means that we are going to be left with, again, no real competition in the melee extraction space. So as someone, like, I'm not like just a fan of like Dark and Darker, or I'm not just a fan of Mistfall or Hunger or whatever. I am a fan of the melee extraction genre as a whole. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some future competition here. And, what I'm hoping for is that Mistfall releases tomorrow. It's a success. It's going to be, on Game Pass, Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, whatever. So I'm hoping that that is enough to kind of, push it over the edge a little bit. Also, I haven't played, like, many games recently over the last, like, few weeks. I've been kind of, like, not playing much, really. So I figured this would be, like, a good, like, warm-up. Get back into the groove of, playing, real games. So, yeah. I also got new glasses, so I want to break these in, too, because I'm not really used to them yet. So, I mean, any one of you that has glasses knows exactly what I'm talking about, where when you first get new glasses, it feels a little bit weird, like, stuff doesn't quite look, like, right. So, something I'm kind of, like, trying to get used to again. Yeah. Oh my god, what the... I think it scared the shit out of me. I was so busy yapping. Alright. That's fine. That's fine. I was so busy yapping, I did not hear him. That's honestly fine. Whatever, I don't care. What was the play count last playtest? I want to say Steam player count was around like 9 or 10k, and then you also had PlayStation and Xbox. I want to say if you added total, I would assume it was probably somewhere around like, I would assume somewhere between 20 and 30k. So I'm hoping for a launch that has between Game Pass, Steam, Xbox, like whatever. I'm hoping that we get at least, I would say 30 to 40k, but I'm not sure if that's being like a little bit over ambitious. honestly, as long as I have enough players to play the game, I don't really care. I just want enough players that, like, as long as my lobbies feel full and fun and whatever, I really don't give a shit. I mean, of course, I want the game to do as well as possible because, you know, from a streaming perspective, it makes sense, right? Of course, I want the game to do as well as possible so I can, you know, stream to, you know, as many people as possible. But ultimately, you know, as I just want the game to at least first and foremost be playable. So. Dungeonborn 2 coming. So that Dungeonborn 2 game, man, like, that game ain't coming out for, like, at least a year or two. I wouldn't even be worrying about it right now, honestly. Yeah, we got a long while before that game ever sees, like, the light of day, as far as playtests or anything like that. Pretty confident. Because, like, they don't even have a playable, like, it's so early on, man. Like, their videos, like, didn't even have the correct audio. It's, like, it's all placeholder stuff. It's very clear that the, Dungeonborn, like, project is super far away from being complete, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. At least for now. Hey, Tessa. Oh, you're not really late, man. We just started. I feel like, yeah, I mean, what is streaming going for? 10 minutes? Maybe not even. Yeah, you're actually pretty on time. Hey, Cloud. Yes, I am super excited for tomorrow. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Well, earlier as in, like, 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know how many people realize, like, quite how long I've been waiting for Mistfall. I joined the Mistfall Discord in October of 2024. So, it has been legitimately almost 2 years since I've, you know, wanted to... I've been waiting 2 years to, like, swap my channel over, potentially, to Mistfall. So, the fact that we're almost here is, you know, very, very cool, you know? I'm gonna be real with you, if this game dies, I'm gonna be, like, it's gonna be pretty freaking sad. Waiting 2 years for a game to end up being a flop would actually be tragic. No joke. I'm not even sure what I would do with my channel at that point. Honestly, if Mistfall flops, it's very possible I might turn my channel into, like, more of a, like, hobby, you know? I know my channel hasn't really been, like, super active recently because I've been waiting, but, yeah, I mean, realistically, you know, that's just kind of how I feel at the moment. So, Mistfall is kind of, like, the make or break for me. At the very least, Mistfall needs to, like, do at least somewhat well, while, like, other games, like, start releasing as well. Because we do have some other options. Like, Ad Mortem looks pretty sick, honestly. Not Extraction, but that game looks really cool. But, no idea when it's even releasing, so... But yeah, I'm kind of over the whole, like, doing nothing on my channel while I wait for other shit to come out, so... You know, if Mistfall just doesn't do well, like, yeah, it might be time to, like, kind of maybe do some other things for a bit. You know, I did try Hunger. Hunger, I liked it enough that I would definitely consider playing it again for sure. I don't like it as much as Mistfall, only because it's more gun-focused than I'm, like, preferring. But honestly, like, Hunger wasn't bad at all. I think Hunger will do very well. I think they'll have a very, like, decent-sized player base. 100%. I would honestly be surprised if they did it with a decent player base. Mistfall, well, it depends on your time zone. For me, Mistfall is tomorrow night at 9 p.m. EST. So, somewhere around, like, 8 o'clock, I'll probably start streaming. And then we'll run Mistfall for, like, you know, we'll run it kind of, like, pretty late into the night. And then I'll start doing my, I'll start doing video content again as well. Like, guides and all that fun stuff. Because I know I haven't done videos on my channel in, like, I mean, I don't know, it's been almost a month, besides that one calling video I made just as, like, a one-off, whatever. But yeah, I wanted to do at least one Dark and Darker stream before the game came out, just kind of for the sake of just kind of hanging out, because I feel like it's... I mean, it kind of sucks, like... I like streaming, so it does kind of suck that, like, I haven't been streaming. So, I kind of at least wanted to just do, like, a stream, you know, even if it's Dark and Darker playing, I at least wanted to do something, so... I figured that, like, I feel good that would be better than doing nothing. Like, I thought about just, like, streaming tomorrow night, but I figured at the very least I could just do, like, a little bit of DaD gameplay today. I'll be playing DaD at least for a little while, I would assume. I don't know, like, exactly how long I'll be playing, but I'll be going for at least, like, a few hours, probably. Yeah, I'd say a few hours. I'm gonna level up my fighter for a bit, just to do something fun. I know some of you might be wondering why I haven't been playing this season, because I did play the first day of the season. This might be unpopular. I'm not... just to be, like, completely clear, this is not a bashing Dark and Darker stream. I don't want to go into any kind of loop on that. Just wanted to be, like, upfront and clear. The reason I have not been playing this season is because I'm not really a big fan of the wizard changes. I don't think the new stuff is really all that interesting to me personally. I also... the nerfs that Cleric got were kind of overhanded in that it kind of feels like Cleric is back to just... I don't know, I just don't feel like Cleric got a whole lot for solo play. It's more of, like, team stuff. So for me, like, the season just doesn't really have a whole lot to do. So, you know, with that in mind... I'm not really too interested in this current season, which is why I haven't been playing it. So. Yeah, Midnight Walkers I saw, like, basically is shut down. I don't, like, Midnight Walkers is not going to come back at this point. Yeah, that game is, technically it's PvE, whatever, but, I mean, it's basically, like, dead, right? I mean, I think the game has maybe, like, 100 player peaks at most. It is hard to imagine that game ever, like, coming back from... Like, I don't even think they have viewers on Twitch at this point. The game is so kind of, like, dead. So. Wish Dark was better, but this game feels like it doesn't have a direction. Well, again, I don't want this stream to be like a bash DaD stream or anything like that. I'm just kind of here to stream and have fun with you guys, right? But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me personally, I'm kind of like, you know, I'm kind of like whatever as far as the season goes, so. That's why I've been preaching for so long that I think competition is such a good thing for this genre. Because having the option to play different games if I want to is always a nice thing. So, you know, what'll be nice, in theory, right, is Mistfall releases tomorrow, and then maybe Dark and Darker actually releases some good updates, and I'm like, oh, I actually want to play Dark and Darker. Right now, like, the sucky thing is that DaD is the only current melee extractor. So if I'm not feeling DaD, there's no other games to play, like, to broaden my horizon, so to speak. So, you know, with that in mind, you know, I'm very excited that we have some alternative options coming. Very nice. I'm sure a lot of you guys probably have, like, a similar feeling that I do, you know? I'm sure I'm not the only one here who wants to have alternative options to, like, melee extractors. I know I can't be the only one. I'd be very surprised if I was. Yeah, so it depends on your time zone. For me, Mistfall Hunter is 9 p.m. EST, so it'll be late tomorrow night. You know, this was something that I saw someone make a comment about this, and I think it's kind of interesting. So I saw someone say that they're worried about Mistfall's launch because we've had so many melee extractors release and die. Genuinely, I think the problem with the melee extraction genre is not the genre itself. I think it's that a bunch of game companies are releasing, like, basically, what is it called? Like, shovelware? Just bad games, you know? there are like so many of these extraction games that we got as the quote unquote like DaD competition. To be frank, they just sucked. Think about like when PUBG was super popular and you had all of these like PUBG clones releasing that would die in a week because they were all terrible. Or Fortnite clones, right? You know, it's not like just this genre. Like there's so much shit. And like it's just a sea of just terrible games. And I don't think that is a good indicator that the genre itself is bad. I think it's more to do with developers rushing unfinished games. And then you just kind of get left with like this game that just isn't good. And then that's how we end up with the genre being only Dark and Darker. Like Midnight Walkers, it was a cool idea, right? Like zombie extraction, floor-based, like Midnight Walkers was actually cool. I liked it at first. But then the playtest started to get worse. Like the content got worse, okay? And then they rushed the release. Like this isn't, you know, this isn't like me just saying things. The developers of the developers of Midnight Walkers admitted they rushed the game's release because they, you know, it was just, I don't know if it was like the investors they had to, you know, I don't know if it was investors or if they were out of money or what, but either way, they decided to rush the game's release and then the game kind of died from there, right? So, you know, Midnight Walkers was basically doomed to fail from the beginning because they rushed the game and it wasn't ready. Then you have other games like you have freaking Dungeon Stalkers, which was always kind of like a joke game. It was never really that good. Then you had like Greed is Good, which was like literally shovelware slop, right? You had Dungeonborn, of course, but they had their own slew of terrible problems. Like that game never had a chance based on how the developers did the updates and whatever, so that game was basically like set aside with no chance to survive. You know, it feels like every single game that releases in this genre is just doomed to fail, you know? And I really don't think it is an indicator of the genre itself. Like, I don't think the melee extraction genre is like doomed to say. I think it is more to do with the genre just being unfortunately plagued by a bunch of game companies that are releasing half-assed or unfinished games to try to make a quick buck. And as a result, Dark and Darker is left as the uncontested competitor in this genre because every other game that tries to release is just, it's either a cash grab or it's not ready, whatever you want to call it, right? So with that said, we finally have some real competition coming. We have Mistfall, but not only Mistfall. We also have Hunger. Hunger's a little bit of a kind of like a debate, I guess you could say. So you could make the argument that Hunger is like kind of a competitor because it does have melee, but it's also kind of more of a shooter. So I would say that Hunger might more so be competition for, I would say maybe Hunt Showdown. And I think a lot of people seem to share that, you know, opinion. Let me think if there's any other games I'm missing. I'm sure there are other... Oh, yeah, remember The Cube? That freaking garbage-ass game that died in, like, 2 days. You have... You know what? You do have Naquan Last Paradise, but I don't know when it's gonna release. But yeah, my entire... Like, I know I'm, like, rambling here. Sorry. My entire point of what I'm saying is that I feel like this genre is, like, is not cooked, you know? I don't think that the melee extraction genre is just doomed forever to fail. I think it has just been very unfortunate that we have been stuck getting just very terrible either developers or companies or whatever you want to call it. We just haven't gotten the games that this genre deserves. I think the melee extraction genre has the potential to be genuinely like a really big genre. I really do. But it's not going to happen when all these companies release half-assed cash grab games that don't have a chance to survive from the very, like, beginning. So, you know, if Mistfall fails, if, like, Hunger fails, I just don't even know, like, what could even really compete at this point anymore. Like, I don't know. It feels like it feels like so many companies are trying to make games, but none of the good companies are, and we just get left with just like really terrible like options. It really kind of sucks, honestly. Thank you, King Chris, for the 1 bit. I'll be sure to add that to my jar. As a previous DaD player who became very disillusioned with the game as so a wizard, what am I hoping Mistfall brings to the table for long term? Okay, so I can kind of answer that. I can answer it in like my own way. So what I'm looking forward to Mistfall the most is like not only the longer time to kill combat, which feels more skill based, but also the quality of life features that Mistfall brings that Dark and Darker does not have. So here's a oh, might have to do a fight here in a minute. So here's a good example. Wait, is this guy just not? You might have to give me a minute. I'm gonna fight this guy. I haven't fought anyone in this game in like weeks, so like 2 weeks, I guess. All right. What was I saying? Yeah. So Mistfall Hunter has very long time to kill. Like the game, like the combat feels pretty skill based. What I really like about Mistfall is the quality of life. So for example, Dark and Darker, creating kits at the auction house takes, I would say on average, maybe between 10 and 30 minutes, depending on like, maybe like 10 to 15, maybe 30 is a little bit crazy. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes for a kit. Whereas Mistfall, you can make a kit in about, I don't know, 10 seconds. You just kind of click a few buttons and the kit is made and like ready to go. Because you have like preset loadouts, and it's like full gear preset loadouts. So, you know, the time that you're like the downtime from deaths is way more forgiving than DaD is, which is really nice for me personally. There's also a lot like the camp system being like a physical area. I think is really cool too. It's something I've always kind of wished Dark and Darker would do. I don't really like staring at like menu screens with just a bunch of, you know, like pictures of merchants. I think having a physical camp to move around in is really nice. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I like it personally. What else am I kind of like hoping for as far as quality of life goes? There's definitely more. I'm just trying to think of it while I can't actually look. Like if I was looking at the game, I would be able to point out more for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like the big parts is basically I want the game to just feel very like, I just want it to feel fun to play, you know? I don't want to feel like I need to sit in the auction house for 10 or 15 minutes in order to basically play High Roller. I really like Mistfall's system to basically die and go, oh, well, you know, I'll just quick buy a like decent gear set and just play, you know? And Dark and Darker has that, but only for Squire gear, whereas Mistfall allows you to actually play in like higher gear with that same, you know, idea. Which I think is kind of nice personally. But yeah, I mean, regardless of the quality of life, I just think Mistfall's gameplay is more, I think satisfying is a good word for it. I think longer time to kill just generally feels way better. You know, I mean, like, here's a good example. If I run, like, that fighter right there that I just fought, how long do you think it took me to kill that guy, realistically? I hit him with 1 crossbow, and then I think I hit him with 3 melee hits, so I think it took me 4 total. But I hit pretty fast, right? So realistically, he probably died in what? You think maybe like 2 seconds? You think maybe 2 seconds or less? So the time to kill is a lot faster in this game than Mistfall has, which is kind of a big like draw for me personally. Well, I actually like, I like third person. I don't think first person is the all-be-all for, like, games in general. I think third person, because Mistfall is kind of I mean, it even has the tag on, like, Steam. I think the best way to describe it would be, would be to call it like a Souls-like extraction title. Like that's what it feels like to me. And like Dark Souls games are all third person. So to me personally, I think the third person actually fits very well, personally. Like I don't really have much issue with it. Well, I'm on Dark and Darker today because it might be the last day I play DaD for a long time. I mean, I've played almost no DaD in the last like month and a half, 2 months. And since I know I'm swapping to Mistfall tomorrow, it might actually be a while before I play this game again. So I figured it would be nice to just do like a last like stream or whatever, you know? Gives me like an excuse to kind of just sit here and like hang out with you guys. So if like I don't play this game off stream anymore, you know? I only play it like for stream. I've actually been playing Stardew Valley off stream a bit. I also went to the beach over the weekend too. Yeah, Arc Raiders isn't really part of the melee extraction discussion because that game is very clearly like a shooter, you know? That game is more along the lines of like comparing it to something like, I guess, Tarkov, even though it's way more casual friendly than Tarkov is. Yeah, I mean, I definitely like don't like that I haven't been streaming. Trust me, you know, my lack of streaming is not because of me not wanting to. It has just been that I haven't really been wanting. I guess it's just that I haven't had anything that I wanted to stream, not that I didn't want to stream, period, you know. It's been a very long 2-year wait, man, you know. Again, I've been waiting personally since October of 2024 for tomorrow, you know. So to say that I'm excited would definitely be accurate. You know, waiting for any game for 2 years is gonna have me excited the day before. Like it's like Christmas Eve for me, you know. I mean, I mean, surely you understand this. I mean, heck, man, any game that I've been waiting that long for, I'm gonna be excited for. I'll feel the same way when like State of Decay 3 comes out. My off stream, I've just been playing Stardew Valley. I've been super casual, like playing it like every once in a while. But honestly, I just haven't been playing much at all. I've been like kind of taking a break from gaming, at least recently. Hey Demo, I've been good, man. I've kind of been taking a break from streaming. I'm gonna be playing Mistfall tomorrow. That'll be my new go-to game for my channel. But yeah, in general, I've been good, man. Just kind of been taking a little bit of a break from gaming. I think the break from gaming was good though. It just makes me feel like ready for tomorrow more, you know, not like burned out or anything. Mistfall is set to I mean, it depends on your time zone. For me, Mistfall releases tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST. So it releases in 25 hours. So the time is the same for everybody. It just depends on your like region of what time it releases. So for me, it releases on the 29th. But for you, it might be 30th. It kind of depends. So. Dang, I was hoping I hit level 10 from that game. Oh well, it's fine. Laws, we're gonna be playing Mistfall Hunter tomorrow. If you've been, I feel like I've seen you around before. If you were around a few weeks ago, we played the beta for about a week. You don't feel like you can play any game? You feel like you're past gaming at this point? Every game just feels dull for you? Well, now you know how I feel about every game except for Mistfall at the moment. Every time I try to play almost any game off stream, I end up just getting bored extremely quickly. And I don't know if I'm just like falling off of gaming in general. I don't feel like that's the case because my want to play Mistfall is so high. However, like here's a good example. Hunger, I actually feel like Hunger is a good game, but for some reason it just wasn't drawing me in like I wanted it to. And that isn't like a bad thing towards the game. I think it's a me thing, you know? Which honestly kind of sucks because I really like I don't want to like ever stop gaming, but at the same time, you know, I don't know how I'm gonna feel like in the future, you know? Yeah, I really hope that Mistfall, I hope I never lose the interest that I have right now in Mistfall, generally speaking. Because if I did, I genuinely don't know. If I feel like gaming would have to be like more of a hobby for me. Like full on committing to, you know, because remember, like when I do like my big, or when I do streaming as like my main like time focus, you know, when I played Dark and Darker primarily, or when Mistfall's beta was out, I'm streaming and making content for like 40 to 80 hours a week, you know? And that amount of time commitment is, I have no problem doing it because I love, because I love doing it. Like I love extraction games. But if I don't enjoy the game, I can't do it, you know? So because I've been so kind of out of the loop on DaD, like I just haven't really liked this season very much. That is why I stopped doing videos and streams, because if I'm not enjoying the game, then you are not going to enjoy watching me play that game. I think that goes without saying, right? You are going to be able to tell that I am not having fun if I am forcing myself to play a game that I don't want to play. I would rather just chill and wait for a game that I want to play to give the best experience for you guys, rather than have you sit here and watch me play a game that I am clearly miserable playing, right? Now that said, I'm not like bored playing this game right this minute because I haven't played it in 2 weeks. This is more along the lines of, if I were to play Dark and Darker for 40 to 60 hours a week, I absolutely would not be having like fun. So that's kind of the big reason I've been kind of MIA, just kind of waiting for, you know, like the new games to come out. So yeah, I think the extended break that I took for Dark and Darker has been a good thing for me, ultimately. Making sure that I don't you know, lose my drive to do this stuff is good. Well, also we gamers and also internet users generally have been conditioned to have mega ADHD, so there's a constant new stream of new games, and our brains are conditioned to seek out new experiences when the novelty of a game wears off. Well, there might be some truth to that. However, I've been pretty... I would say that I'm known for being... I really do latch onto games. So, not just Dark and Darker, but like even like the games that I play casually or off stream, like I only have a few big franchises that I like to play. Like a lot of my time that I like spend is, or that I used to spend, was on like Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas, you know, like Skyrim, Witcher 3. I played a lot of like the big franchises, and I played a ton of hours. Arc Raiders, not Arc Raiders, I'm sorry, Arc. Sorry, we were talking about Arc Raiders. Arc Survival Evolved, I probably put like 1,000 hours in. I put a lot of time into a lot of different games, and it's, I play quality, so to speak, not quantity. So I don't think I follow into that realm. So when Mistfall releases, it is very possible that I completely, like, you know, get consumed by that game, you know? That's definitely not out of the realm of... I would not be surprised if that were to happen, just because that's kind of what I do with games. That's why I put 4,000 hours in Dark and Darker, because I have no problem playing the same game for like 1,000,000 hours, because that's just what I like to do. I don't need to constantly swap games to have fun. Yeah, that's exactly, yeah. I don't usually swap a lot. I usually play the shit out of like one singular game, and then eventually I'll swap over when I get bored. So, just to be clear, I am very thankful for Dark and Darker's existence for two reasons. Number one, it introduced me to what my current favorite genre of game is, which is melee extraction / fantasy. If it wasn't for Dark and Darker, I never would have experienced this genre in the first place. So I will always be thankful that I found this genre. You know, I have no ill feelings towards Dark and Darker by any means, you know. Also, I feel thankful for this game because it gave me an avenue to stream for the, you know, to like, you know, stream more permanently throughout the years. And if it wasn't for this game, I probably never really would have ended up streaming at all. So, you know, as far as those two things go, I am very thankful for this game's existence. And, you know, just because I don't really enjoy playing it like I used to doesn't mean that I, like, hate this game or anything, right? It's just, you know, it's just, sometimes it's just time to say, like, goodbye, you know? Sometimes it's just time to move on and do something else with your life. It's kind of like moving to a new job, you know? Because for me, it actually does become a job when I'm, like, super active, right? Because, you know, I do spend a lot of time doing video editing, and I mean, I put full-time hours into these games, like, to make content for you guys. So, for me, it kind of is like changing jobs, so to speak, even though it's like the same thing, you know? So realistically, it is I'm not gonna say that I'll never play Dark and Darker again, because I think that is I think that's just a silly thing to say, because I have no idea what the future will hold. For all I know, I might play Mistfall Hunter for like a few months and then kind of get the itch to play some more DaD, and who knows, maybe I'll swap between the two games. But you know what'll be nice is having the option to swap between the two games, you know? So yeah, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I will never play Dark and Darker again, because I don't think I could possibly even answer that question. But I do know that it's going to be a while before I play DaD again, at least for the, like, you know, immediate future. And that's kind of why I wanted to, like, do this last stream, so. I'm also not here to convince you to not play Dark and Darker or to do whatever. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your own life, right? I'm just kind of giving you my own insight as to why I've been kind of MIA for a while, and, you know, why I'm doing the things that I do. Yeah, I saw that some of the bigger streamers were playing it. I saw that Peanut and, like, Hutch and stuff were playing, which is, pretty cool for sure. But, you know, that, like, doesn't change my mind on the game. I'm not gonna, like, start playing DaD just because bigger streamers are playing it. Like, that's not really my intention. This is like today's stream is not because of like those guys. This stream was kind of like already planned anyway. I was planning to do at least one more DaD stream before Mistfall released. I just wasn't sure when I was going to do it. I figured today would just be a good day, so. So Mistfall is going to be $25, but it'll be 10% off for like a week or two. So it'll be $22.50 on release, which I think is a pretty fair price. I did message the devs earlier. I'm trying to see if they're planning to do any kind of code collaboration with streamers, because if I can get like codes for you guys, whether that be game codes or cosmetics or whatever, I'll try to get them. Because I don't personally give a shit about cosmetics. I just don't care at all. But, you know, if I can get cosmetics and stuff for you guys, I will gladly try to do it. So, I'll just kind of wait and see what they say back. Well, I mean, realistically, Peanut and Hutch streaming this game puts a lot of eyes on the game that is new. So, undeniably, it's good for the game because, you know, having fresh new eyes on the game is just, it's free exposure, which is always a good thing, you know? Well, let's back up. I didn't win a free copy from the demo. I didn't win it. It wasn't like it wasn't like I like won into, it wasn't like a lottery. I got a free copy of Mistfall because of my my YouTube video view counts, basically. So when I did my YouTube videos, Mistfall, like, they looked at my video, like, view counts, and I basically won the contest because of that. So basically, because you guys like my content so much, I got, like, a copy of the game. I would have bought it no matter what. I didn't need a free copy to buy their game. I would have gladly paid them 20 bucks to buy it, but if they want to give me a free copy, that's cool too. I would have played it no matter what. Trust me, I have no problem, you know, spending 20 bucks on a game that I'll probably put hundreds, if not 1,000 hours in easily. So, and not like money's like super tight for me, like that or anything. Like, I can spend 20 bucks, you know. Yeah, I imagine watching streamers play for the very first time. It is interesting, right? Because you get to see what it's like from a new player. Because you watch me play, and I have 4,000 hours in this damn game, so you don't really get to see new player perspective from me anymore. So, yeah, I'm sure it's very interesting to see it from their side, for sure. So, the deluxe edition of Mistfall is just cosmetics. I honestly don't know if I'm gonna bother buying it. Like, I thought about, like, I might buy it just to support the developers, but I don't really care about cosmetics. Like, I don't really feel like I need it, so we'll just kind of see how that goes. I don't really, like, care about it, though. Like, I don't feel like I need to buy it or anything. Well, I'm definitely not rich, that's for sure. Yeah, ultimately, my streaming has to end up picking up during Mistfall for me to continue doing it, you know. If I want to do streaming full-time... Dude, streaming's just really hard, man. Like, being a successful streamer is... It is so much harder than I think people realize. And it's because you have to be, like, a top percentile streamer to make any amount of money. There's like statistics out there. I think it's like 99% of streamers get like almost 0 viewers. It's like almost, I mean, it might not be 0, but it's like under 10 viewers or something. It's crazy, man. Like, making it as a streamer is so hard. I've had people ask me over the years, like, if I think they should like stream full time, and I always say no. I do not think you should ever like quit your job to be a streamer. It's such a hard market to get into, man. It really is. I mean, think about it. It basically means that your income is based on, you know, something out of your control, which is, you know, the viewership that you get as a streamer, you know? So your income is based on your you know, your Twitch viewers, your YouTube videos, maybe your YouTube streams, or your Kick, or your TikTok, or whatever whatever platform you use. But, you know, a part of it's out of your control, you know? There's nothing, if your videos or your content just doesn't get views, or your streams just don't get views, you can try to improve it, but there's plenty of good, talented streamers and video editors that just never get any views, and that's just the reality of it. So, yeah, I mean, being like a top 1% streamer and also making enough money to survive on, it's hard, you know? It's not easy to do. Yeah, and that second wind just got him so much value. If I heal, I'll win the second fight 100%. Oh, anyway, sorry, I got kind of sidetracked. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, I don't know. I guess that was kind of the end of my thought process there. It's very hard to make it as a streamer, just period, because you really do have to be like a literal top 1% like person to be able to make any realistic money. And everything's also so expensive nowadays that it really is, you know, very, very hard. So, you know, I would love nothing more than for Mistfall Hunter to, you know, do well. So hopefully I can, you know, actually continue streaming for a living, you know, in the future. That would be nice. But ultimately, part of it's out of my control too, you know. I can't control how well the game does or anything like that, so. What makes a top 1%er? Well, when I say top 1% streamer, I'm talking about view counts. I could probably Google it and tell you, because I don't remember the exact numbers. Yes, Ludwig's video on Streamer University is what I'm referring to, where he talks about the numbers of, like, the streamers that make money. Yeah, that's the video I saw. That was pretty, like, eye-opening for sure. I don't know where the video is exactly, but yeah, that was pretty crazy when I saw that. There are a lot of big streamers that definitely do view botting, but I mean, what can I really say about that, right? I have no doubt that there are streamers that, like, you have evidence that shows that there are streamers that view bot, but I don't know. I don't even know what I can really say about nothing that I've ever done, clearly, right? Now you guys have me curious. Let's see. There you go. Well, this is AI, so take it with a grain of salt. But this sounds about right. So according to Google, again, it is AI, so take it, you know, take it for what it's worth. But yeah, so when I was talking about top 1% of Twitch streamers, this sounds roughly right when I was watching that video. The top 1% only has 20 to 30 viewers per stream, which is crazy to think about, right? Like that doesn't even sound right, but I think that is accurate. Which it's crazy. Like seeing someone with 20 viewers and then thinking like, wait, they're in the top 1%, because there's such a flood of streamers, of content creators, that there is a ridiculous sea of, like, you know, of people that just have 0 or 1 viewer. Like they have like themselves. And there are so many people that stream like that it really bogs down and makes like the top 1% only need that many. It's crazy, you know? Is it 4 view? Is it actually even lower than that? Well, I don't know. Either way, I know that it's like shockingly low for top 1% on Twitch. Well, like here, what do we have right now? We have what, 70 on Twitch, and we have 67 on YouTube. So we have 130 people here right now, which means that we're probably in like the top 2% or some, I don't know. I'm sure it's like somewhere in like the top 0.5% or something. Because I stream on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, so it's a little bit like mixed. But regardless, like, yeah, that is crazy, right? Like, imagine like thinking like, wow, I'm top 1% and you only have 20 viewers. That's crazy. I think that's crazy, at least. I don't know. Crazy shit, I tell you. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's kind of like real life where you have like the mega rich. So the big streamers like Peanut or Hutch that are playing DaD, they're like they're probably top 1% of the top 1%. Right? So they're probably, so what is that? Top 0.01% of people. That's probably about accurate. I mean, anyone who's getting hundreds, if not like 1,000 views is definitely in that like general realm, which is crazy to think about, man. It's crazy. The difference between a 1%er and a 0.1%er can literally be like thousands of viewers. Like, I really do consider myself a small streamer, you know? I mean, I really just don't feel like, I don't know. That's how I've always felt. So, you know, for me to consider myself a top 1% streamer, it actually feels kind of wrong. Because like I really just don't feel like that's the case, but it is, so I don't know. Oh, I'm very excited for Mistfall tomorrow, man. Yeah, we're gonna be doing lots of streaming for that, for sure. That and videos and all that fun stuff. I mean, I'm definitely very thankful for, you know, I mean, I would consider it an accomplishment to get to the point that I'm at, you know? I mean, I haven't streamed in 2 weeks, and the fact that I can, like, the fact that I don't stream in 2 weeks and I can still just randomly pull, you know, 130 people to come just hang out at 3 p.m. on a freaking Tuesday afternoon is pretty cool, right? I have no like complaints by any means, you know. I'm just glad that I can just stream and, you know, chill, you know. Fun. Yeah, Peanut is like, he is actually massive. he is yeah, there's a big difference between a streamer like him and myself, for sure. Not even close. You need like 2 to 3K regular viewers to have a full-time streamer job. Is it 2 to 3K? I feel like you can probably do it with a few hundred if you're streaming every day. If you're putting like 40 to 60 hours a week, you can probably do it on a few hundred. If you also include like the videos as well. But you're not like super far off though. Streamers really do need to be like, it really is like the top percentage of streamers that are even able to make it as a job. It's a really tough like thing to do, man. Yeah, I'll never forget when I got an email like years ago, and it was some guy saying that he liked my streams and like wanted to stream for himself full time, and I asked him, you know, I ended up like talking to him. I think I might have talked to him on Discord or something, I forget. But I asked him, you know, how he's done so far, basically. You know, has he done streaming before? Like what like his average viewer count is and all that other stuff. And he was like, yeah, I've never really streamed before. So like this is like a real reality for some people. There are genuinely people out there who who have no viewer, like, you know, have just never streamed and just try to go full time right off the rip, and it's so hard to do, you know. I mean, that's like it's you can stream and make videos for years with no guarantee that you will ever become even reasonably successful. It's just really tough, man. But there's so many people every day that try to do it, which is why the top 1% of Twitch viewers or Twitch streamers have 20 viewers. Because there are, you know, for every one person who streams successfully, you know, there's 99 people streaming for 0 people, or 1 person. Crazy to think about, to me at least. I'm gonna play every class in Mistfall, most likely. The only class I don't really want to play is probably Black Arrow. So I'll probably play everything except for BA, and I'll probably start with Mercenary, because it is my favorite class. You say more like 999? You're probably right. Regardless how you look at it, yeah, it's definitely a very, very small minority of people that ever even make it remotely close to being able to, you know, do anything like that. I think that's the best way to put it. I agree with that. The market is too saturated. There are too many streamers that are like watching these huge streamers, like, again, like Peanut or Hutch, and are like trying to basically mimic what they're doing and are trying to just instantly become like a super big streamer, and that is just not how it works. I mean, it takes years. I mean, it can take years of, you know, constant 40-hour week streams, and you'll still just never have anyone with you. It's just what it is. Life isn't fair, you know. Hey Emo, yeah, we're gonna be playing Mistfall Hunter tomorrow. That's gonna, I don't know if you were around about a month ago, but I did play it on my channel for a while, about a week. That's the game I've been looking forward to for a while. I've actually been waiting for Mistfall Hunter to release for almost 2 years now, believe it or not. It was like October of 2024 that I first joined Mistfall's Discord, so it's been almost 2 years. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for it after waiting for so long. Well, this might be a hot take, but I think the nerfs that Seer got were probably... well, I haven't seen them yet, but Seer definitely needed some nerfs. That class was overtuned during the playtest, even though people might not want to agree with that. I do think Seer, like, I played Seer myself, and I think it was too strong. So, I think the patch notes that we got for Mistfall, I don't think were as bad as people made it out to be. I think they did some soft nerfs to Shadow Strix and Black Arrow as well, I believe. So we'll see how it goes. Well, it was Melee Seer that got nerfed. They nerfed the mobility escape tool they had, which I thought was pretty overtuned. So, for me personally, it actually, like, made sense. You came back today from a big pause of DaD you stopped a couple months ago. Yeah, I haven't really played Dark and Darker much in the last few months either myself. I'm just kind of back for the day. I don't know, I'm just kind of just tired of not streaming, to be honest. I thought I was just kind of impatient. I didn't feel like waiting till tomorrow. You saw the video of me killing Kazu and Smirk? Yeah, that was a pretty crazy fight for sure. I'm telling you, man, I think Merc is just such a fun class to play. I think the skill is pretty high ceiling. Yeah, so Withered Knight is gonna get the new, is it Polearm and Shield, I think? So that'll be pretty interesting, too. It is hard to say whether the nerfs are gonna be enough or not, or how they feel, because we don't actually have access to play it. All we know, like, we don't have the exact numbers, we just know that stuff got nerfed or changed. So we'll have to kind of decide that tomorrow, like how everything feels. Yeah, sorry, Bowser. It's just, it's just time for me to move on, man. I haven't really been, I haven't been interested in, like, full-on, like, streaming DaD in a while, so... You know, it just kind of is what it is. But I'll still be here, you know, if you ever get bored of DaD, I mean, I plan to be streaming a lot of Mistfall, so I'll be around a lot for sure. Just not the same content. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that I'm glad you'll be here for Mistfall content. I'm definitely looking forward to diving into something new for sure, so... You'll probably wait to buy it until I make a balance video. Well, I will tell you, the game is like, what, 22 bucks on release? I feel like it's a pretty fair price. But, you know, I definitely wouldn't tell you to buy it unless you wanted to play it. I feel like if you played the last playtest, you probably already have a pretty good idea if you think it's worth the money or not. Like, if you didn't like the last playtest, then... you probably won't like the release, because it's only a month difference, right? The only stuff realistically that'll be different is probably going to be, you know, performance. Because they fixed, like, the shader in the, you know, where the game wasn't loading properly. So the game should run better. Yeah, most of my time playing Mistfall is solo. That's just kind of what I prefer, personally. Yeah, realistically, you're probably not going to see me play a lot of trio. Maybe I'll, like, queue up with some of, like, the, you know, some of the top players to run trios or something, but most of my time is going to be solo for sure. Yeah, Parry Merc, I think, is pretty cool, but, I think the build that I ran for Merc was stronger. Yeah, I'm very curious. I really hope that Mistfall feels good on launch. I really do. I'm gonna be very, very disappointed if Mistfall, like, if their launch goes poorly, it's gonna be pretty, like, tragic, truly. Or they're gonna reveal a new map. I don't think Mistfall is supposed to have a new map tomorrow. Because they just released a new map. So I doubt it. I'd be surprised at least if that was the case. I guess it's possible, but I don't think so. Well, parrying's fun. If you like parrying, it looks like Withered Knight's gonna be a good choice. They actually buffed Withered Knight's parry a little bit, so it could be pretty strong. You mentioned the dev Steam in the Discord. They listed some bullet points, let you confirm. Yeah, are you sure they're not talking about the new map they released last playtest? Because we already got a new map last month. So I don't believe we're planning to get anything else for the time being. Well, Impact's most likely, when they're talking about an all-new map, they're probably talking about the map that released last month. That's probably what they're considering the new map, because it is still new. So. Yeah, bots are planned to stay. They're supposed to be for new player onboarding. There was also a mechanic that I think a lot of people didn't realize. So in Chaos Mode, which is that game's version of High Roller, if you died 2 times, it put you in an easier lobby that was filled with other players that died twice and bots. So basically, if you die twice, you probably can't die a 3rd time in a row, which means the worst your extraction rate can be is probably 33%. Based on, you know, that. Because you didn't die often? Yeah, so in Chaos Mode, if you weren't dying 2 times in a row, you probably almost never saw bots, if ever. Well, here's the problem. If you decide to try to cheat the system and go in naked twice, die, and then try to farm the easy map for free, you are robbing yourself of the most important part of the game, which is going to be experience PvPing. The gear is not really what matters in extraction games, even though that is a big goal. What really matters is your ability to get used to your class and to learn how to fight other players. So all you're doing at that point is robbing yourself, and you're basically just going to be worse at the game. So then you are going to sit there and try to free farm, and then eventually when you decide to go into the normal lobbies, you're just going to end up dying more, and you're going to lose, you know, overall you're going to lose more money. And I'm pretty confident on saying that, because Mistfall Hunter's combat definitely has a, like, seal curve to it for sure. You definitely want to be practicing as much as you can, I would say. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm also hoping that Mistfall's launch goes well. Hey, Lazar. You didn't miss too much. We just kind of have been discussed the melee extraction genre a little bit. Talked about the state of Dark and Darker, and then talked about Mistfall Hunter coming out tomorrow, and some of like the pros and cons and everything like that. Mistfall is supposed to cost 25, but it'll be cheaper day 1. It'll be like 22 or something like that. Hardest class to play is Sork. That might be true, but once you learn how to play Sork, it really does kind of click a lot easier. Like, I can play Sork pretty well, I feel like. I mean, I think I can play every class in Mistfall at least somewhat proficiently. My worst class, I imagine, would have to be Black Arrow, because I don't really play it, but I did play Black Arrow during the earlier playtests and do pretty well with it, so if you gave me a few hours, I could probably get good with it too. Hey, thank you, Dodgebent, for the sub. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the hardest part about Sork is that it is the controller or the keyboard layout, honestly. That really you should be able to change more. You should be able to customize more, honestly. I do like the headshot sound they added to the game. I think it's kind of nice to have an indicator. You know what I'm not gonna miss? Or at least I hope does not carry to Mistfall? I hope the door meta, like, never becomes a thing. I think the door meta, like, you notice how that barbarian, like, his initial instinct twice was to go and shut the door on me? I pray that Mistfall never gets into a spot where that is, like, the meta. That door shit is so stupid, and it's always been stupid. It's like one of the worst parts of Dark and Darker, and they just never kind of fixed it. Like, God, I really, really freaking hope that is, like, not how gameplay goes in Mistfall. I don't think it will be, because I think the close time and open time are, like, somewhat even, so I don't think that'll happen, but I don't know. I know there's keys that can be used to open up doors quicker, so I hope the meta doesn't become, like, key spamming, or just, I don't know. It'll just kind of have to wait and see how that goes. I just really hope we can stay away from that nonsense. That is true. Mistfall doesn't have as many doors as Dark and Darker has, so that is fair. It doesn't. However, you also can't destroy doors in Mistfall, so that could also become a problem, theoretically. Why is the I don't understand. Is Asmongold supposed to be playing Mistfall or something? I mean, that's not a bad thing. Any big streamers that, like, play Mistfall is not a bad thing. That's just free exposure. Oh, he said he's not gonna play it? Oh, well then what's even the point? Honestly, well, he did play Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery, but I think Asmon had, like, some money in that company or something, and I think that's why he played it. Yeah, I'll just kind of hold off and wait and see. Realistically, like, Mistfall's, like, meta is going to change over time, and I'm sure stuff will pop up that's going to be broken. So it'll just kind of be up to the devs to be on top of, like, you know, making sure the game is at least relatively balanced. Yeah, that auction house bug where you had to click and, like, refresh a million times was really bad. I hope that's fixed for, like, that's kind of one of those things that has to be fixed for release. Because if it's not fixed, that's, like, really bad. I did like Midnight Walkers early on, but they just... That game didn't have... The devs did not give that game a chance, man. Like, they released it too early, and it's just kind of been in a bad state ever since. Unfortunately. Which that wasn't the case, but what are you gonna do? You know what? You know, one of my favorite parts about Mistfall is the boss mechanics. I don't know how many of you have seen how bossing works in Mistfall, but unlike, you know how, like, in Dark and Darker, you go through a door and then you fight the boss in, like, a little arena, and at any point in time, someone can run in and basically grief your boss fight. Whether that be running in to hit you, or trying to, like, change the boss aggro, or any of that weird shit. That is not a thing in Mistfall. So Mistfall is kind of like Dark Souls, where you enter the boss and a mist wall goes up. So you have a few minutes to basically kill the boss without a risk of getting third-partied. And if you die, you actually revive. You get one revive from PvE. So you will never revive for a player kill. But if you die to a boss, it'll actually get to revive yourself. So you can kind of you know, you can kind of fight the boss once per run without having to worry about losing your kit, which is kind of nice. It's kind of casual, but I kind of like it. I mean, I like the design of the bosses personally. I've always felt like the one-shot gimmicky mechanics that Dark and Darker's like does has always been like kind of silly feeling. Like your game difficulty like being based on solely like gimmicky one-shot mechanics, I don't think is a good thing, you know? Or another example, having it based on, you know, like the void or I guess it's also a gimmicky one-shot mechanic, but whatever. I feel like a lot of Dark and Darker's bossing is just basically never get hit. If you get hit once, you might instantly explode and like die, right? I've never really liked DaD bossing. That's why I don't boss in DaD. I always do PvP. So on top of the one-shot gimmick mechanics and the PvP griefing, I just think it's miserable. I've never really enjoyed it much. So, that's my own personal opinion. Yeah, I remember I gave a suggestion, I don't know, probably a year ago, maybe more, that the bossing like should have some kind of safeguard to allow you to do it without getting grief, but they just never added it. They even mentioned maybe doing something like that, but they never did it. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I actually care about Midnight Walkers anymore. That game is, like, dead, man. The PvE, like, swap over, I feel like, is, like, the... You know, that's basically throwing in, like, the towel, so to speak. Doesn't really matter to me what they're doing anymore. You meant bosses in Mistfall Hunter feel too easy? Oh, you're talking to him. Never mind. Okay. Hey, Mr. X. Welcome, welcome. How you doing, man? Mr. X, have you still been playing, that calling private server, or are you kind of just, you know, are you just gonna play Mistfall tomorrow? I've been gone for a few days at the beach and just kind of busy, so haven't really been around. Still playing, but you were forced to take a week off during to power cuts, and then you were sick. I gotcha. Got 2 whole days with no power. That sucks. Yeah, that's actually miserable. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the I kind of don't mind the current spot of bossing for Mistfall. I feel like it's fine as it is at the moment. You got heat stroke because you didn't have power. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me because of how hot you said it was. That does suck. I don't know what Celsius is exactly because I'm Fahrenheit, but I know that's hot. Yeah, I think Withered Knight is most likely going to become more meta than Mercenary is. It seems like they're just getting more mobility, and mobility is always extremely important. So, yeah, Withered Knight might end up being the class to go to. I'm probably still going to start the season on Merc, but I'll probably end up playing some Withered Knight as well. 110, yeah, that's crazy hot, yeah. Well, I think the PvE in Mistfall being like a bit on the easier side, I think it's a nice thing. Personally, one of my biggest problems with High Roller and DaD is everybody just ignores the mobs because they're either spongy or they do a bunch of damage or they're just annoying to deal with, so people just kind of ignore them. You have like rogues that'll run past and then, you know, drop aggro, or maybe used to before the new update. Or you just have people running through rooms and using doors to basically like lock off mobs, and then you end up having to deal with other people's mobs because people just, again, they don't want to fight them. I kind of just don't. I just don't like dealing with high roller mobs. I just don't find them fun. I think Mistfall's mob fairness feels a lot better for a PvP game. You know, at least for me personally. Be back in one moment, fellas. Well, don't forget, Iron Mace made that update a few months ago that was supposed to nerf high roller mobs, and it never, I feel like it didn't really do very much, honestly. So, you know, as far as high roller mobs go in DaD, like I still dislike them quite a lot. Yeah, release hype for sure. 100%. I'm with you, man. Well, just because a big streamer is playing DaD does not necessarily translate to players. Because ultimately, what's going to matter is if players like it enough to keep playing it. The thing is, my understanding is Peanut swaps games a decent bit. Like, he was on Arc Raiders basically exclusively, and then I know he swapped over to some other titles after that. Like, he even played, I think Killing Floor 3, to give you an example. So realistically, like, how long do you think Peanut's gonna stream this game for? I guess it kind of depends on, I mean, clearly I don't have an answer for that. But, yeah, the free advertising's definitely a good thing for sure. Just hard to say, like, how many players that'll translate to before, you know, he basically moves on to, like, the next game or whatever. Well, I don't watch him, but I see his name, like, pop up on, like, Reddit or online or whatever every once in a while. He was getting his butt kicked last night. Well, he's a new player, right? He's never played Dark and Darker before, so that makes sense. I mean, like, you see some of the people I'm fighting in my games today, right? Where it's, like, not much of a challenge. That's probably what it looks like from his perspective when he runs into a player like myself that has as much time played as I do, you know? There's a pretty big difference between someone who has, like, you know, less than 10 hours versus someone that has, you know, thousands. It's not even, like, close, you know? Everybody starts somewhere, though, so... The game's lack of tutorial is definitely not helping, though, I'm sure. We've been asking Iron Mace for a tutorial for years, and I had people argue with me and tell me that Dark and Darker doesn't need a tutorial because new players don't play it anymore, so it's a waste of time. I know, I'm telling you, no joke, I had this exact conversation. It was probably somewhere around, like, 6 to 8 months ago. And people were, like, telling me that I was trying to get Iron Mace to waste time on a tutorial that wasn't needed. So, yeah. Bet they wish they added one now. Just saying. Well, yeah, I mean, trying to learn the game without, like, just being thrown in it's not an easy thing to do, man. Not by any means. It's very hard. It's just I mean, that's it. It's just a hard game, man. I heard that there were players getting banned for stream sniping Peanut, so that was interesting. What do I think is the strongest class? Honestly, I have no idea. I haven't played Dark and Darker in, like, besides, like, 1 or 2 days here and there. It's probably been, like, over a month. Almost 2. So I really have no idea what the current, like, meta is. I'm sure Barb is still as strong as it always has been, though. You could make a general tutorial for Dark and Darker that wouldn't be outdated, I'm sure, right? And even if you do have to update it, that's not really a bad thing. Updating the tutorial is just consider it like a work cost or you know, like a development cost or something. If you want new players to be onboarded, then you need to take the time to make a tutorial. That's just how it is. If you don't have a tutorial, it's way harder for people to get into the game, and it's just, you know, not great. So I saw that Legacy was selling their IP, but as far as I'm aware, I have not seen anything about anyone stepping up to say they bought it, so hard to say whatever happened with that. I don't really care, though. I'm gonna be real with you. I think Legacy's been a bad game for well over a year. Legacy had like a very brief period of maybe like a month or two that I liked the game, but it went downhill pretty fast. I really just don't care like anything. I don't know. I just don't. It doesn't matter to me. Like them shutting down their game phase me zero. You're playing for the first time in 3 years and you find it hard? You mean Dark and Darker? Yeah, I'm sure you do, man. Yeah, this game is not easy to play for the first time by any means, or even after a few-year break, it's hard. I just have so much time in DaD that I can kind of like pick it up and go whenever, but not necessarily a good thing. I definitely feel like I've spent like way too much time playing this game sometimes. I mean, 4,000 hours is a ton of time, man, to play like one single game. Yeah, Dark and Darker is pretty hard. Yeah, I was having the conversation earlier in the Mistfall Discord about the auction house system. I made the comment that I think the auction house system in Mistfall is better because it is more casual friendly in that it takes way less time to make a kit, whereas in Dark and Darker it'll take you maybe 10-15 minutes to build one for HR. So I kind of feel like Mistfall's auction system is just kind of feels better because of that. But someone said that like maybe Mistfall could feel worse to some people because there's less RNG on here, and also like there's not as much customization because you don't have like the minor percentage stats. But I'm kind of under the opinion at this point that it is better for the game to have quicker or less downtime total to get into new lobbies than it is for the game to have like a little bit more customization at the expense of like a ton of downtime. So I think how Mistfall Hunter has decided to do their auction system, I think it's better like that they went that route and not the Dark and Darker route. I think there's a place for both systems, but I think Mistfall at this point, I think should excel better with their system. Not like I don't think I would want Dark and Darker's auction system and gear system in Mistfall Hunter. I think it is better that it is, that it is different. Why spam 10-hour days the first week of Mistfall? Well, I wouldn't say 10-hour days necessarily, because you have to consider that I'll be doing video editing as well. But I will 100% be playing Mistfall a lot when it releases for sure. Yeah, so between video editing and streaming, I'll probably be putting in 10 hours a day easily, I'm sure. Well, even if Mistfall ends up having a duping issue, it won't be as bad as, like, Arc Raiders, because Arc Raiders doesn't ever reset. Whereas if there's, like, something that really goes wrong with Mistfall, and they have to reset, they do have seasons every 3 or so months. So I'm sure some dupe is bound to show up, but, with the seasons resetting anyway, hopefully it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to making some more videos again soon. Because it's definitely been a little bit since I've done any, like, real videos. Like, over a month, right? Something like that. I mean, realistically, every game is going to have dupes at some point, so Mistfall having a dupe is not going to surprise me by any means, if it does. You know what? I gotta go to Goblin Caves. I gotta see Goblin Caves today. I gotta get my my caves nostalgia and all that before I stop playing for a bit. So. I am gonna start on Mercenary, I think, but I'll probably end up playing Withered Knight, like, pretty shortly after. I'm gonna play every single class except for Black Arrow, most likely. I did look at the new Fire Deep. It didn't seem like anything too special, but I could go down there again if you want me to. Oh, someone just left, huh? It's like I got here a little too late. How do I think Mistfall compares to DaD in terms of mechanics and knowledge? It's kind of hard to give a direct answer because I played DaD for 4,000 hours and I only have maybe 200 to 250 in Mistfall. So the time is definitely nowhere near as much. But what I will tell you is that I think Mistfall is going to have a pretty large skill curve to it. I think that players that get really good at Mistfall are going to be an absolute menace. So at a certain point, it is going to be important that new players are like still have a space to fight other new players. So I'm curious how that gets resolved. I never said I hated Black Arrow, but I personally have no interest in playing that class. Actually, I do kind of hate Black Arrow, but I don't really want to play if I wanted to play a range kitey class, like I would play a different game. If you like Black Arrow, you know, props to you. But I personally don't. It's the same reason I don't play Ranger and Dark and Darker. The play style just isn't really for me. So that's all. Yeah, Mistfall will be out tomorrow. It's about 24 hours from now. So tomorrow I'll probably start streaming around like 8 p.m. EST. And then while we wait for the game to launch, I'll probably go over some of the patch notes that we got. And then we'll play right as it releases at 9. Then we'll play that for... We'll basically play it for a few hours until I pass out, because it's releasing so late. No, Mistfall does have an HR mode, but it's called Chaos Mode, not HR. Same difference, though. Hey, Loki. We're just kind of talking about just extractions in general. We've been talking about, like, Dark and Darker, balance, Mistfall, balance. Talked a little bit about, like, you know, like, my streams and, like, the future of, you know, me probably swapping to Mistfall in, like, the long run, as long as the game does well. Stuff like that. No, it's not 29 hours. It releases 9 p.m. EST, and it's 4:30. So it'll be, Oh, I guess it... No, I guess it's, what, 28, maybe. I totally just didn't talk about it. Oh, I have no idea if Burnt Peanut was paid or not. I didn't stream today because of Burnt Peanut. I just wanted to do one last Dark and Darker stream, since I know that my channel will be probably swapping over from this game, so I probably won't really have a lot of time. I really won't be playing this, like, anymore for a while. So today is kind of like I don't know, it's kind of like a send-off stream, I guess. Just kind of wanted to just play it a little bit for fun, and just kind of chill and hang out, pretty much. That's probably a good way to put it. I'm using Dark and Darker as a way to just kind of hang out with you guys and just talk, you know, pretty much. Because I can pretty much play this game on autopilot at this point, so I can multitask pretty easily. Let's do some Goblin Cave games. Yeah, it's gonna be 9 p.m. for me, so it is gonna be pretty late, but I'm definitely gonna be like, I definitely like am gonna stream when it releases. Just not sure how long I'll be able to stay on for. But hey, you know what? At least it's not another beta. So, you know, I'm not worried about, you know, the game disappearing again or anything. Isn't it kind of crazy? The melee extraction genre, I feel like, has been so plagued with just infinite playtesting. Anyone else feel that way? Like, there's so many different melee extractors that have, like, either were coming out or coming, and it feels like it's always just another playtest. Like, we never get game releases. We either get playtests, or the game, like, or it does release, and it's just terrible. One or the other. It's always one of each. So, I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, you guys remember that game, Vault Breakers? That game is like development hell. That game has been doing playtesting for years, and I think it's still another year plus away from releasing. I don't even know if people care about that game anymore. Even when they have playtests, they barely get 300 players, I think, if that. So, you know, like, having too many playtests and, like, your game just never releasing is definitely a bad thing as well. Like, I don't even care about Vault Breakers anymore because they took too long. If that game had released, like, a year ago, I might have ended up playing it, but it's, like, too little too late now, you know? Alpha, closed alpha, beta, closed beta, so when are we gonna play? Yeah, something like that. It is kind of crazy, like, it's taken 2 years for us to have an alternative game to play that isn't that. And, like, it's basically been since Dungeonborn died, which was a pretty short-lived game, that we've been, like, stuck without, like, any other alternative. And I know, like, the diehard DaD players won't give a shit, because, like, it's not the same game, so, like, there's definitely gonna be a lot of people that do not go over to Mistfall from DaD, but you know, I'm definitely, like, one of those. Well, Observer, I don't think you should be too surprised. I've been talking about it for, like, on and off for basically 2 years now. So, I mean, you knew it was always coming eventually. Cube was, like, one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. That game was, like, that game was terrible. Nothing to really say about that. Well, the melee extraction genre, we haven't even been getting, early access shit. Well, Legacy was better than the Cube. The Cube was, like, the Cube wasn't even a real game. I don't have my movement skills. I'm probably dead. Oh. Yeah, Wizard just like sucks. I didn't even have my skills ready, and it didn't even matter. Yeah, never mind. Those are just okay, never mind. Yeah, I won with both my skills on cooldown. So. What do you mean somehow did no damage? That's what Wizard does. Wizard without a bunch of gear just does no damage, and they got nerfed too. Wizard got nerfed by like 25% damage this season. So, yeah, he just doesn't do any damage. So, he's nowhere near, and that's without Iron. If I was Iron Will Barb, he would basically be healing me. So. He can have all the teleports he wants. He doesn't have gear, so it's not gonna matter. Well, I don't play Dark and Darker. I haven't played Dark and Darker in basically 2 months. I played like one day at the start of the stream, or I'm sorry, the start of the season. But that was basically it. This is like my send-off stream, because I won't be playing DaD after today for a very long time. So. 35% magic power, Squire Wizard still does less damage than they did last season with 0% magic power, I'm pretty sure. Because all of their spells got nerfed by like 5 damage. So Zap lost 25% damage. So going from 15 back to 20 is... What is 35% of 15? So it's 1.5 per 10. Yeah, so it's about 35% power to get back to 20. So basically, even with those perks, Wizard just does what you did last season with no perks. So, it's really not good. Nice that I'm getting some PvP at least. Ruins is kind of dead. Seems like everybody's just playing caves now. Yeah, the extraction I'm playing tomorrow isn't a secret. It's not even really an advertisement. It's more of an advertisement for myself. Not really for the game. It's more like, hey, by the way, I'm playing that game tomorrow. So yeah, it's not really made to be like I'm not getting like a check from the devs or anything to like broadcast their game or anything. It's more for advertising myself. But yeah, after 2 years, Mistfall is finally releasing, so we'll see how that goes. We've been here before. Been here with Dungeonborn, Midnight Walkers, Legacy Steel and Sorcery, some other games as well here and there. But I definitely think Mistfall has the most chance for promise, so you know, I am looking forward to it at the very least. Kyle, I'm very surprised. I think Mistfall is one of the more entertaining video. I think Mistfall is really entertaining to watch from a viewer perspective. I think the PvP is like very interesting, and you also see like a lot of player encounters too. To me personally, at least, I think Mistfall is actually pretty fun to watch. I did see that Burnt Peanut stream the game. Yeah, I saw that. You know what? Even though Dungeonborn died off, I still enjoyed playing the game for what it's worth, so I don't regret playing it or anything. Well, I mean, ultimately, it more comes down to personal preference. Some people think Dark and Darker is boring to watch. It just depends on how you are personally. I don't expect every person here who likes Dark and Darker to like Mistfall. That's not at all what I'm expecting or even anticipating at all, you know? Yeah, trust me, no hard feelings here. You know, if you don't like Mistfall and I don't see you around for a while, I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. I get it. But, you know, just know that regardless, I really just don't plan to, you know, I just don't plan to swap over. Oh, I actually got a parry off. Oh yeah, didn't they buff the parry back a little bit? Yeah, at the start of the season, that parry never would have worked, but I think they buffed it back a little bit. Yeah, so Mistfall's gonna be $25. Or at launch it'll be 22 though. So I would say it's like not too bad cost-wise. I think that sound was him parrying with the rapier. I think they made it a little bit easier from when I first played at the start of the season. Well, they changed block and parry at the start, and I think they changed it again a few days ago. Yeah, so there's supposed to be regional pricing for Mistfall. We just don't have the numbers yet. Yeah, it's not going to be 25 USD for everybody, or, you know, the equivalent. There's going to be regional pricing, but I don't believe that's been shared yet as far as the finer details go. But yeah, there should be regional pricing, similar to other Steam games. Well, I very much doubt that Burnt Peanut will be playing Mistfall, and I'm not coming back to Dark and Darker. So, it's probably not gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, I'm being pretty, I'm being pretty honest when I say that, like, my plans of Dark and Darker playing is going to be very, very limited in the future. I really do plan to, like, fully change my channel's direction, at least for the time being, unless Mistfall, like, flops or whatever. I mean, heck, I hope Peanut plays Mistfall so we get more eyes on the game. Not a bad thing, by any means. Be more than happy to see that. Especially because it's a new game and he's already playing on, like, a fantasy extraction. It might just kind of, you know, fit into what he's playing now. It's possible. He might. Yeah, again, I hope Peanut does play Mistfall. I would love to see him, you know, I would love to see him play and give some exposure to that game. The more people, the better. I mean, I guess it's also possible that Peanut just mains Dark and Darker if he's looking for a new main. I thought he was playing Rust for a while. So I'm a little surprised. I guess he got bored of it or something. Hey, Hawkage. Hope your Star Wizard runs into you. Yeah, maybe you'll run into me today. Never know. Yeah, I thought so too, Joe. Yeah, I thought that Peanut did play a lot of, like, variety games for a day or two. Like, he just played Killing Floor 3 for, like, a day or two, right? So, it's very possible that Peanut plays DaD for, like, a day, like, you know, for maybe a few days, and then he never plays again, you know? That definitely could happen. For sure. Well, Withered Knight's the new class, so you kind of, like, you probably should have known that that was going to be the class to get the new stuff. Like, the new shiny toy, so to speak. Not really surprised by any means. KF3 is not a good game. Yeah, I've heard pretty bad things about it. I like Killing Floor too. I played it for a while. Thought it was good. Rust is unplayable with big viewers. Only if you host your own event servers. Yeah, I guess because of stream sniping, right? I could see that. See that being annoying for sure. I mean, yeah, but Peanut liked a lot of the other games he was playing too. Like, as far as I know, Peanut really liked Rust for a while. I remember seeing posts of, like, Peanut was playing, like, 12+ hour Rust streams, then would also play off stream. So, like, just because he's enjoying it now doesn't mean he's gonna, like, suddenly main the game or anything. He might, but I wouldn't, like, get your hopes up or anything, you know? Never know. Yeah, I think, yeah, I was gonna say, didn't he play the heck out of Sand too? I think that is true. Yeah, Sand, I feel like, fell off pretty quick. I don't know if it's still doing well or not. I just know that there was so much hacking problems that people, like, a lot of people just kind of moved on. Wow. I have a bunch of new people in my game, huh? A bunch of people dying to PvE. Maybe there are new people in DaD. Maybe there are more people in DaD right now than what I'm used to. Yeah, because people dying to PvE in this game, like, is pretty rare. It just doesn't really happen anymore. Yeah, I imagine the DaD developers are really kicking themselves for not making a real tutorial for their game like we've been asking them for, like, years now. I don't know why they waited so long to do it, but they're, like, this game just really is not good for new player experience at all. So I imagine they're probably kicking themselves at least a little bit for not, like, adding it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why I thought it was a barb for a minute. I feel like really dumb for not realizing. Nice little third party, I suppose. Really? Santa's 10k still? That genuinely surprises me. I didn't realize that they still had so many players. And I don't know why, it feels like the hype of Sand died like super fast because the cheating was so bad. I think if the cheating had been fixed quicker, they would probably be at like 20k, not 10. Easily. I really hope Mistfall doesn't have any cheating problems like that. Oh man, that would just be so tragic. Cheaters, man. Always ruining these games. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I want Sand to be dead or anything. I just didn't know it was still alive. Just surprised. So the developers were instantly banning stream snipers the moment they got near Peanut. Man, I guess that's what it's like to be a super big streamer. I remember I had streams like probably a year ago where I would like you would have the same exact guy every single game running straight up to my spawn, and they never did a thing about it. The big streamer privilege and all that stuff. It's good for the game that they're doing it though, but I do wish they had been a little bit more adamant a year ago on clearing out the riffraff, you know. I should play Ranger? I don't even like Ranger. Why would I play a Ranger? I've never liked Ranger. Like what I like least about Dark and Darker. I don't want to do that. How does Mistfall have no classes that interest you, Solomon? How's that possible? They have multiple fantasy classes. They have Merc, which is like the fighter class. They have Withered Knight, which is like a alternative melee class. They have Sorcerer, so you have your magic. You have Black Arrow if you like range. They have Shadow Strix if you like rogue. They have Seer if you like support. Or like, you know, alternative melee. I feel like Mistfall actually has a very like pretty diverse cast of like classes. Of all the complaints for Mistfall, I don't feel like that's one of them. I don't know. Kind of surprising. Yeah, we shouldn't. Can we not add Druid to Mistfall Hunter? Can we just get one extraction game that doesn't do Druid, please? Because I'm pretty sick and tired of Druids. I don't want them. I don't even want the class to exist. No, there's no Druid. Yeah, Druids in Dungeonborn were really, really obnoxious. I mean, they launched with literal ESP. They could see you through the map when the game first launched. That was so stupid. Every game company seems to do Druid in the worst possible way. I would rather them just... I would rather Mistfall never release a Druid. I see nothing good coming from it. I can just see it. Preferably not. You want to play as the Harpy in Mistfall? Yeah, I bet you do. I do wonder what other class would fit in Mistfall. I'm not really sure, to be honest. You know, it is nice to see that even after not playing DaD for, like, weeks on and off, I still got it. Seems like I'm still doing pretty good in my PvP fights, which is good. I was a little worried I'd be, like, kind of rusty for tomorrow, but based on today, I'm actually, like, pretty confident, hopefully. Hopefully, that doesn't, jinx me or anything. I mean, a ninja class, is that different than rogue? I don't even know how you, like, set up that class exactly. Does that even fit in Mistfall Hunter? I'm not even sure. Dungeon Stalkers went a little bit too extreme on the Gooner details. I think Mistfall's artwork looks pretty good. But, yeah, Dungeon Stalkers was a little bit over the top. It was, like, a little bit ridiculous. I think, yeah, I think for sure that Mistfall Hunter, like, has, like, a nice little middle ground of not being too over the top. Well, what I'm wondering is, what is Mistfall missing? Like, what class do you feel like should be in Mistfall right now that is currently not in it? And I can't really think of any class that is necessarily missing. Hey, I made sure to always play Dungeon Stalkers with both of my hands, alright? Well, no, for me, Mistfall Hunter's tomorrow. It's 9 p.m. on the 29th, not 30th. It depends on your region. Necromancer could be cool. Yeah, I could see something like that. I don't know if it fits Mistfall's theme, but I've always kind of wished a Necromancer type class existed. So those hours on Mage. Oh, yeah, yeah. In Dungeon Stalkers. Yeah, because she had 2 summons that was with her. So I got like 3 characters in one. So she was Abyss class. It should be 6 p.m. West Coast because it's 9 p.m. East Coast, and that's 3 hours, right? So yeah, it'll be 6 for you, not 3. I'm probably gonna main Mercenary to start, but I plan to play every single class except for probably Black Arrow. right now. It looked like video game when your parents are in the room. Oh my god, you know what's funny? Okay, so that makes me think of a story. So you know how there's that whole like that whole thing where whenever you're doing something, the moment it becomes bad is when your parents walk into the room. I'll never forget when I was younger. I was probably like early 20s, maybe my late teens. It was like at least 10 years ago, I think. I was watching Death Note. You know that scene? It's been, I'm trying to remember the names of the characters. The scene where Mello makes that one girl undress in the back of the van. I will never forget, because Death Note's pretty, like, doesn't really have any, like, scenes. But I'll never forget, that is the only scene my dad ever saw from Death Note. He looked at me and then walked out of the room. And I just, it's like, it's true. It's 100% true. The only time your parents ever walk into the room is when something weird's going on. Confirmed. That's how it is. Oh, dude, my dad gave me like such a face too. Like he just gave me that look, you know, just that look. So stupid. Funny thing is, I don't really watch like that much anime either. Not really. I haven't watched it in a few years, but I did get to almost episode 600 of One Piece. I tried, so I that was over the course of many years of trying to like actually watch it. I haven't, it's probably been like 5 years since I've really sat down and watched it though. I tried so hard to catch up and then I just gave up. I used to watch it, I used to watch anime more than I do now. Yeah, I tried very hard. You can't with One Piece? Yeah, it's so much goddamn filler, dude. Oh my god. There are some good arcs in One Piece though. Like there are some arcs that I genuinely enjoyed quite a lot. So I don't regret watching it, but like, oh my god, it's so hard to, it's just so long, man. I mean, One Piece definitely isn't for kids. That's like saying that all anime is for kids. I don't think that really fits. You ever seen the screenshots of like the before and after of oh my god, what's her name? It's actually been a while since I've watched One Piece. Why can I not think of her name? I can't believe I can't remember what it is. The girl on the Straw Hat crew. Like one of the like original cast. I can't believe I can't remember, I can't think of it. Was it not Robin? No, because Robin's the other one. Nami. I wanted to say Naomi. I'm like, I know it's not Naomi. Okay, I knew it started with an N, but I couldn't remember. Okay, thanks. Have you ever seen the before and after pictures of Nami in like the first like couple hundred episodes, and then Nami in like the later part after like the time jump and stuff? Dude, the fan service they did was insane. She did not used to look anything like she does now. Like, it's not even close. They really went off the deep end there, man. Let me tell you. Kind of... So, That was something, alright. Is that a druid? Looks like a druid. Oh, he's full health. Yeah. Yeah, if a druid gets a door, they use their dot heals and they're basically full. You can't chase them. Yeah, chasing him would have just led to me dying 100% of the time. By the time I even get to him, I'm telling you he'd be full health. Why are there so many druids in my game now? Not even the same druid. This druid is just farming ward weed. Oh. Alright. Why do druids do druids actually use the sling? Like, is this like unironically he's using this? Oh, he's just still alive. Oh. Oh, okay. I feel like I hit him a lot, too. I guess he just didn't take any damage. I feel like I hit him a lot of times, too. Holy shit, I'm only hitting him for, like, 5 damage each. That's actually insane. Wait, he has 190 health in Squire? That's crazy. Why does Bear have 188 health in Squire with 65 PDR? That's actually crazy. Even without the buff, doesn't he still have 188, or does the buff give him that health too? I'm just surprised that they give Druid 190 health with 65 PDR in Squire. That's just like, those are some really crazy stats. I mean, even like Barbarian and Cleric don't get anywhere near those stats. Not even close. That's super crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was hitting them for like, I think I was hitting them for like 5 to 7 damage a piece. Something like that. Well, even if I kited out his skill, at that point, he just turns Panther and runs, and then shuts a door and heals, and then I'm back to where I started. Yeah, unfortunately, with the door meta the way that it is, I think even if I ran, like, I think that fight would have been about the same. It's not like, how hard would it be for him to just turn Rat or Panther and then run away and reset behind a door? It wouldn't be that hard for him as long as he knows what he's doing. Yeah, That's actually part of why having survival bow is kind of nice. Because survival bow gives you a little bit of option to basically, you know, kite it, like, you know, like damage kiting. I actually don't really like the crossbow. I think it's too slow. You know what we could do? I could throw in weapon mastery to be better against druid. Yeah, we'll just leave this game. I'll throw on weapon mastery so we can actually fight druids. We can also get 23% armor pen for free. So, with a better weapon. So yeah, we'll change that. I'll take off combo attack because it's definitely like the weakest perk. And we'll throw on weapon mastery. And then we'll use the better weapons, which are Morningstar, because that gives you armor pen. We'll throw on stiletto, because it gives you armor pen. And then we'll throw on a... I think technically recurve is actually the best bow right now. I'll use survival bow, even though I think recurve is definitely better. Survival's fine. I don't really care. Yeah, this is definitely a better setup anyway. And then with this setup, I can just infinitely hit him with range like bow. I'll just never melee the druid because he has too much health for me to deal with it. This should be better. Oh, I don't do quests in this game anymore. I stopped doing quests probably almost a year ago. Yeah, doing quests every 3 months with how grindy they are is just not really fun for me personally. I have no idea how people genuinely enjoy doing quests in this game. Yeah, if I had a survival bow in that spot, it would have been a lot easier to fend off that druid for sure. Also, 23% armor pen is probably enough that I could have also maybe even fought him with his buff up. Falchion just has no PDR, period, so or no armor pen, so kind of bad. This is the better setup anyway. It's not even close. Morningstar is just a better weapon, like, period. You know what Peanut said when someone asked him to rate DaD? No, I have no idea. You'd have to tell me. I'm not really sure. Oh, it's only 4 quests for Squire? Oh, I guess they've made it easier then. In previous wipes, it's been way more grindy to get max Squire. I know you guys gotta know about that. Well, at this point, I'm not gonna bother doing quests because after today, I'm not playing DaD anymore for a pretty long while, so there's really no point. What am I gonna do? Go do the quest for like the, you know, couple hours I might play this game today? I'm not worried about that. I'm good. Really not a big deal. Honestly, I miss early day Dark and Darker, where there were no quests and everything was unlocked automatically at the start of the season. So I would just craft, like, you know, ruby silver gear and stuff. It was actually the last time I ever crafted ruby silver gear, was right before they removed or right before they added quests. After that, I basically stopped crafting entirely. I do miss those days a little bit. I have some white gear, just not full white gear. Well, I saw Hutch was playing DaD too, so undeniably, it definitely puts a lot of eyes on the game for sure. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to kill Cyclops, and then I'll run down there. And I got the survival bow now, so I can basically kite to infinity if I need to. Hutch, popular streamer. Does anybody else miss blue gear normals? I kind of dislike that. It almost feels like gear just doesn't get to be used in normals unless you play like ice map or water map, but I don't like the ice map and water map. I do miss the old normals personally, because I feel like you already have Squire Royale to use white gear, so it almost feels like there's no gear progression in this game unless you play HR, which is kind of annoying. I'm sure I can't be the only person who feels that way. I hate that damn trap, unfortunately. That dude's fast, by the way. He's definitely faster than I am by default. Oh, smart play. I thought he was gonna run off the heel. Smart guy. I thought for sure he was gonna run off the heel. He was definitely one shot too. Dang, smart guy. Smart indeed. Good play. Yeah, he was very fast. He was moving probably at like 305 to 310, I would assume. Something like that. Yeah, you could tell like by how long it took me to catch him with sprint and adrenaline rush. That dude was definitely moving. Like I almost needed to take off my clothes there to keep up with him. I mean, Squire Royale is nothing like White Ruins, because Squire Royale has like high roller loot, whereas Normals has worse loot, so it's not even really like, not even really the same. Yeah, I kind of forgot that you could buy. I'm not really used to buying meds in like the, you know, like the entry window or whatever. I should have just committed to that bard. I know he was... Jesus Christ. Oh. That's not good. We have a tornado watch, it looks like. I haven't seen my phone alert like that in a while. Well, that's not good. Well, if I lose power, you guys know why. No, not an Amber alert. It's a tornado alert. I mean, I could do Cleric. If I played Cleric, I would probably just play Smite DP, though, because they kind of ruined Judgment, so I probably wouldn't play that after the last patch. I could swap, though, if I wanted, if I feel like it. Oh, Mistfall Hunter comes out tomorrow. I'll be going pretty hard on playing that over the next, like, few weeks for sure. No shadow windows or anything like that. I mean, there's nowhere I can really go. I mean, it's not like there's, like, I mean, yeah, it's not like I have, like, a basement or anything to go to, so... I just gonna have to hope that nothing happens, I guess. Pretty much every room in my apartment has windows, too. It's not like there's anywhere I could go. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Like, scared me a little bit. Jesus. Yeah, they changed the stunning mechanic for Mistfall quite a bit. So the dodge mechanic doesn't use energy anymore. It uses its own separate bar. So getting stun locked due to lack of energy is not really a thing like it used to be. Not only that, but they still give you the free dodge on top of that. So yeah, getting stun locked is not really anywhere near as much of a thing as the old playtests. If that's what you're worried about, yeah, it's very different. Yeah, Mistfall is going to be 25 for release, but it's going to be 10% off on the first day, or the first, like, week or two. So it'll be, like, 22 bucks or something for release, which seems okay. And also, the deluxe edition is only cosmetic. He is gone. Why are there so many druids all of a sudden? My lobbies went from barbs, fighters, clerics, and like a mixture of classes to like nothing but druids. I don't like fighting druids in this game. Unlucky for me, I guess. It's like we're only seeing druid. Maybe I'll go back to ruins, because it seems like the druids were not on ruins at all. I definitely do not feel like fighting these guys. They're not. It's like it's not fun to fight them. So, yeah, maybe we'll head back to ruins. Barbarian is still extremely strong right now. One of the strongest classes. So if you do play Barb, you'll be in a good spot 100%. I'm surprised how much damage the Panther form did, too. Like, that Panther form was chunking me for, like, a third of my health, which is pretty nuts. Considering Panther hits, like, your limbs, too. Yeah, Deluxe is only cosmetic, so if you're worried about, like... Yeah, the developers have said that Mistfall will have 0 pay to win, so... It's not gonna have like skin stats or like extra stash slots or anything. It is gonna be purely cosmetic, at least based on what they said. So I think that's pretty cool. I personally feel like if your game costs money, then I feel like the stuff should be cosmetic only. So. Yeah, honestly, I don't even think this is, like, the ideal class to be playing right now. I think, like, Barb would be stronger. It's pretty bad outside, guys. Just expect my stream to like shut off or something. Oh. Wait, how'd I die? I don't know how I died, but that's sad. Killed each other. I was so busy worrying about the storm that I didn't like hear him coming up to me. Yeah, it's like it's really bad outside. Like it's I mean it's I don't know if you guys can hear it. You might not be able to hear it because of the gain volume stuff. Yeah, I have a surge protector in. So if I lose power, I'm not worried about that. But it sounds really bad. It's probably why my phone had that alarm. I'm actually like kind of worried that it's gonna knock out my power. Also, was that Morty? Because that guy's, it said Morty Druid, so that might have been Morty. Show us video? I don't think I can. Because my camera is like mounted. I don't think well, yeah, no, it would be kind of hard to show it. My phone's charged. You know, that's a smart idea. I should actually charge my phone. Hold up. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably not Morty. Probably just some guy that named himself that. Oh, I'm in Maryland, so our weather here can be pretty sporadic. Yeah, I kind of forgot that Panther had that bleed. That's kind of a sucky way to die. Right at 1 HP. Mistfall Hunter starts tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST for my time, so it's gonna be about 23 hours from 25 hours from now, I think. No. 27 hours from now, actually. That's right. Is Demon Lock decent at the moment? Genuinely, I don't know. I really haven't been playing Dark and Darker this season, so in terms of what is good or not, I really don't know. Yeah, I've kind of been taking a break from like gaming / streaming for a while. I'm back now because I'm gonna be playing Mistfall tomorrow. But yeah, as far as like DaD meta and everything, I really couldn't tell you. You have a car battery jump kit that's functionally a battery. That's kind of nice. I was gonna go for a walk after I finished streaming, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that anymore. Yeah, believe me, I've been waiting for Mistfall for 2 years now, so I'm very excited too. Yeah, it's funny, I see so many people that like just started playing in like the last like month for the playtest, the recent one. And like, they're like, oh man, I can't wait for this game to release, and they're so impatient for it. And then there's me, or all of us playtest players that have been waiting for like 2 years for this damn game. So. Oh. Oh, that's not the right. I can't hit him. Bros hit every trap in the game. Okay. He would have had a better chance if he actually fought me, for sure. You just heard about it from me like 2 months ago. Yeah, honestly, you're lucky. Yeah, 2 months is really not that long of a wait. Yeah, no, you honestly, you really are lucky. The only thing that's nice is that, like, from a streaming perspective, I will have like a little bit of a leg up on some people just because I have like the playtest experience. So that, I guess that's kind of nice. But yeah, waiting for the game for this long definitely was not ideal. Yeah, I think realistically I probably have somewhere around, I would say maybe 200 to 250 hours in Mistfall. There's some people that have like 1,000 in Mistfall, which is just ridiculous. Yeah, I don't have quite that much. Yeah, there are a few select players that have like a really big amount. Yeah, Mistfall is a third-person, like, fantasy Souls-like extraction game. I think it's pretty fair to call Mistfall Hunter a Souls-like extraction. Even Steam has a Souls-like tag on it, and to me, at least, the gameplay feels very Souls-like, so... I would say Souls-like fantasy, yeah. You joined Mistfall Discord April 2025. Okay, so you've been waiting... What is that, like a year and a half? Ish, close. Yeah, I joined October of 2024. I've been in it for the long haul, man. I played Mistfall before solos even existed. My first experience playing Mistfall was trios only, and I played solo versus trio, but the test was so small that I basically never saw any players. But yeah, at that point I just decided to wait until solos was introduced because I knew it was coming. But yeah, Mistfall's changed a lot, man. If you look at Mistfall from 2 years ago to now, the amount of shit that is different is crazy. Like, it almost looks like a different game, man. I don't have combo attack because I don't have room for it. I know it's buff, but I don't have space. I was using it earlier, but then I decided I needed a survival bow so I could help fight. There's a bunch of druids playing in my games all of a sudden, so I feel like I needed a survival bow. But yeah, Mistfall's out tomorrow night, so I'll be streaming pretty late. Yep, 9 p.m. EST is when I'll be live streaming. So. You know what? Why don't we go down to Fire Deep at least once? I want to see... I just want to see what they did to that map. I haven't really been down there at all. be kind of nice to at least, like, you know, take a look. Hey, Tyler. Yeah, I'm probably going to start on Merc day 1. However, that said, I plan to play basically every class, so expect a lot of variety from me. Don't expect me to only play one class exclusively. I'm not like the other streamers that like to only play one singular class. I kind of like to jump around to everything. So, also feel like it makes me better at the game too by like learning how to play every class. Mistfall flopping would be tragic for the melee extraction genre as a whole. It would genuinely be very tragic. I really hope it does not. I don't know if I'm going to do the WK polearm day 1 or not, because I'm going to be really limited on time, and I kind of want to do Merc first. So we'll kind of just see how I'm feeling. That might be like a day 2, day 3 kind of deal, but again, I'm not going to make any promises. I definitely will play it, though, for sure. Yeah, I think in general, I had a lot of really good fights in the playtest for Mistfall. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is getting new players to not quit the game. Oh, that's a new loading screen. The only thing I'm worried about is getting new players to not quit the game. I hope that there is enough, like... I hope the game is at least friendly enough that casuals or semi-casuals don't just, like, instantly give up and quit. Oh, I got you into tank Shadow Strix. Yeah, my favorite way to play Shadow Strix is the dagger, but dual swords was just better last playtest, so I played that instead. New players will kill bots and feel strong. Yeah, I'm more thinking, what the hell is this? Oh shit, what the? Never seen that. Oh my god. Iron Mace, what is this spawn? What are you doing? Can't give me 2 seconds to, like, get out of my spawn? See, this is actually a really good example. This would never happen in Mistfall Hunter. There is no... You never will spawn and get 18 mobs aggroed to you that won't be aggro. This doesn't happen. This is like a, you know, a very good example, I think, of the mob difference between these two games. Guess I'll just have to bow them down. Too many mobs. Okay, got one. Imagine if this was High Roller. I'd probably be dead. I would probably be so screwed. Thank God it's not HR. Going deep should be harder. Yeah, but, like, maybe not spawn into 8 mobs would be nice. You know what I mean? Because all I did was spawn, jump down, and all this stuff aggroed me, like, almost instantaneously. It's the amount of time that I got before the aggro came that was, like, kind of crazy. Jesus Christ. So now I'm sitting here basically playing catch-up to, like, actually play the game. It's kind of tough. Also, keep in mind that we're only a solo player. My understanding is trios and solo mobs are exactly the same between the two. So, as a trio, you're gonna have, like, a infinitely easier time than dealing with this solo, for sure. I got distracted by the frog. That's something that Mistfall actually does pretty well. Mistfall PvE is balanced separately for solos and trios. Like the mob density and like the damage and everything is completely different based on if you're playing solo or trio. It's really, really nice. Honestly, it's one of my favorite parts about Mistfall is like how they deal with the PvE. It's something that I've been at. You know what's actually SDF, was it maybe 2 years ago, said that he was gonna balance the game for solos like with mob density and stuff, and they just never did it. If you search Discord for SDF like conversation in the general chat, you'll probably find the conversation. SDF was supposed to balance the game for solo, and it just never happened. It was one of those like lost to time things, I guess. Because what was supposed to happen is that it was like the map is supposed to look at whether you're playing solo, duo, or trio, and the mob density and stats would be different based on if you're playing each of the different modes. That's what was going to happen to Dark and Darker. That way, if you were playing trio, you wouldn't steamroll the map. Whereas if you're playing solo, it's a struggle because it's impossible to balance like both. But they just never did it. Just, I don't know. Not much I can really say. They just, I don't know why they didn't. They just didn't. Yeah, it was like, it's one of those things that I was waiting for a while, and it just never made it into the game, unfortunately. Well, that's the thing. Well, that's the weird thing, right, Butterbean, is that mobs in trios are basically just like a minor obstacle, whereas in solo, like, I mean, you saw, I mean, how long I was in this room for 5 minutes, like trying to clear that shit. I mean, it's like if I had 3 people with me or 2 people and me, that would be so much. I could have cleared that in probably a minute, you know, way easier when you don't have the mobs all aggroed on you. Way easier. Yeah, it was always weird to me that SDF mentioned doing the density changes, but they never changed it. I always like thought it was gonna happen, but it never did. Hey Goose, well, it's not my last stream, it's just my last dad stream for quite a while. Tomorrow, Mistfall Hunter comes out, and we'll be playing that pretty much exclusively for the foreseeable future. So today's kind of like a farewell stream, I guess, of just kind of playing DaD before tomorrow, because I know once Mistfall comes out, I'm not playing any more DaD, so at least not for a while. Is it dead down here? We haven't seen a single person die. Does Fire Deep still have the same problem as last wipe, where nobody comes down here, so it's kind of just dead? Maybe someone's bossing? Need to rest a little bit? Did you misread it? Yeah, it's not my last stream forever. That would be silly. No, it's just the last stream that I'm doing DaD for a while. Oh, hey, someone actually died to a mob too. Yeah, it seems like nobody comes down here. Yeah, maybe only High Roller. Although I wouldn't want to come down here in High Roller. There's way too many mobs. Dude, the density here is insane. I would never want to deal with this with High Roller mobs. There's no way. That would not even be fun. That sounds miserable to me. I would have to pass. Yeah, I guess no matter what they do, Goblin Cage is just always gonna be just like PvP and go. I thought that was an exit, by the way. I guess not. Is this an exit? No, these are not exits. I thought they were. I guess there's no blue on the map, so that makes sense. Well, there's one person that died, so there was at least one person in my lobby. Yeah, Midnight Walkers is dead. That game is actually done. Yeah, they took away PvP completely, and I very much doubt it's gonna be getting any reasonable updates like at all at this point. It's just dead, man. Is what it is. I think Sorcerer, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't the Sorcerer buffs the things that were already bad? I don't think the good stuff by Sorcerer got buffed. I think only the bad stuff got buffed. Like, they buffed, like, Flame Blade, right? And Flame Blade was garbage ass, so that doesn't really matter. Like, Flame Blade was legitimately, like, terrible. I could not imagine being down here in High Roller. There's so many mobs. Oh my god. Be crazy. I think you'd spend your entire match just killing mobs down here. I don't even know how you have time to do anything else. Even in normals, I'm spending most of my time doing it. Crazy. I guess that's why nobody's down here, I guess. I mean, if you look at the kill feed, like, no one's here, so maybe it's the mob density? Hard to say. I truthfully do not think Midnight Walkers will ever gain any traction. I just don't think the game has... I just don't think the game is good, man. Even PvE-wise, I don't think the game is good. Yeah, my match is actually empty. One guy died to PvE, and that was it. So, I guess nobody goes down to Fire Deep. You watched another streamer trying to do this map in HR. 2 different barbs were mob dumping with Savage Roar, then running away with Rage. You know what's funny? I talked about that earlier. I mentioned how I like that Mistfall's mobs are not super aggressive. Not earlier as in this match, I mean like hours ago. I mentioned that HR feels like it's more about people avoiding mobs and or mob dumping because the mobs are just too annoying to deal with. So I'm not surprised to hear that at all. Honestly, like, at that point, I don't even understand what the appeal is. Like, I don't see how it's fun to, like, play a mode where everybody just mob dumps. I'd rather just play even gear normals than deal with that, personally. You've seen streamers bossing and then dying to PV after in normals? Yeah, it could happen. I'm not surprised. I remember also every streamer is different, like skilled too. So even if even if the streamer is like good, you can still absolutely get like screwed over by mobs and normals. I've died to mobs and normals during PvP. It's like it's not as often. It's more an HR thing, but sometimes like a bola goblin will hit you and then you'll be slowed and you can't move. Or, like, I don't know, sometimes mobs do screw you in normals, too, so it's not even really a skill thing. Take that back. Mistfall comes out tomorrow, so we'll be going pretty hard on that after today. That's why I decided to do a stream. This is kind of like a send-off stream, if you want to look at it that way. I'm not really planning on playing DaD anymore after today for the foreseeable future, so... I figured I would at least do like one more stream of some DaD gameplay before that happened. I'm more just doing this so I can hang out with you guys and stream, not for the game itself. So. Also, I can kind of use it as like a advertising myself thing of, hey, by the way, I'm streaming tomorrow, so, you know, stop by if you like, kind of deal. Or tomorrow, or the next day, because it'll be pretty late. I won't start streaming till 9 p.m. EST, so I'm hoping the following day will be like back on track to normal streaming time, which will be like maybe like 2 or 3 p.m. I also gotta somehow work some time in to make videos too, so I'll be pretty busy, I'm sure. If Mistfall doesn't do well, I might just turn streaming into a hobby and do something else with my life. I'm not really interested in coming back to Dark and Darker full time. That probably will not happen. I'll probably just go do something else. I'll do like streams here and there of like some other new games, but no, streaming's gonna become back burner if Mistfall fails, most likely. I don't like Dark and Darker enough at this point to ever full commit anymore. Like, maybe, like, Hunger or Ad Mortem, maybe. But, I'm not gonna make any promises there. I mean, I will always stream, but what I'm saying is it might not be, like, full-time streaming like I will, like, during Mistfall's, you know, release. I would never stop quitting, like, period. That would never happen, you know? But, yeah, I mean, my interest of, like, playing Dark and Darker full-time, that's not gonna happen. I just don't like the game enough to do it anymore. I actually don't enjoy HR in this game. Mobs are too annoying, and I don't really enjoy playing HR until Marketplace is out, so. I actually prefer normals for even gear fights. And it's not like a low skill gameplay kind of deal, because Mistfall I like playing Chaos mode. Has nothing to do with that. I don't like the mobs in HR. Too much of a nuisance for me personally. Feels like they end up griefing me more often than not, and then I lose fights because some guy decides to like aggro dump, and it's not really fun. I definitely prefer normals mobs. Like, if normals had up to legendary or unique gear, I would play that. Like, I would 100% be there. If Iron Mace allowed me to play normals in purples or legendaries in Goblin Caves, I would do it in a heartbeat if they let me. Is that better for the game? Arguably no, but you do already have Squire Royale to play like Squire, so maybe it doesn't really matter. I don't know. Mistfall's 25, but it'll actually be 22.50 on release because it'll be cheaper. It'll be like an introductory sale. And if you have Game Pass, it'll be free. But it's not, I mean, free as in, you know what I mean. Not free, but... I Mixed Ranger. Yeah, this wipe definitely feels very samey, which is why I haven't played a lot, personally. I'm looking forward to tomorrow more than, like, anything else. But again, this stream is not made to be like a shit on dad stream or anything. I'm not trying to do any of that. This is more of just I wanted to hang out for a day and play this game for a little bit. So. I'm beat dead. That goblin. That goblin grief. I'll be able to heal here for sure because of the elevator. I know. If he had teleport, he probably kills me, funny enough. Yeah, I feel like this is like one of those tales as old as time, so to speak, of people saying that HR is the only true way to play this game and only noobs play normals. But normals is actually the most fun way to play this game, so it's kind of just like, whatever. Oh shit, I didn't know he saved that. Might be dead. Oh. Oh. That's... Oh, it's crazy. That was crazy. Thought I was dead. I didn't know he saved. That was smart. He saved Divine Protection. If I didn't have 23 armor pen, he would have won that for sure. Thank God the Morning Star is such a good weapon. Your biggest problem has been that gear is always game-breaking and incredibly time-consuming. Well, there was a whole conversation about that I had earlier with someone in the Mistfall Hunter Discord. I think the way that Mistfall does gear is generally better in the long run, even though it's like less customizable. Basically, you have like kind of two... You gotta have like two trains of thought here. You have Dark and Darker, which is... you know, very customizable gear with stats, right? Like percentage, you know, stat lines of like, you know, let's say 1 to 2 weapon damage, for example. So your weapon is going to be randomly better or worse than a similar quality piece of gear. Then you'll have like, hey, this gear has 0.5% PDR versus 1.5% PDR, right? So there's a lot of number difference between a good purple and a bad purple. Whereas Mistfall is a different direction. Mistfall is just affixes that you can get on your gear, and then you can use gems to basically socket affixes. So there's a lot less RNG on your piece of gear alone. So you have two thoughts there. One is more randomized and customizable. The other one is more simple, maybe easier to understand. But what really separates the two is the auction house. So Dark and Darker usually will take like 10-15 minutes to build a kit for HR from auction, whereas Mistfall has the one-click system where you can build a high roller kit, and then you can have that default saved and automatically with your gold, as long as you have the money, buy straight from the auction house in like 2 clicks, right? So if you look at it from both perspectives, I think both sides have pros and cons. But I think having the quicker / less downtime that Mistfall has, I think will be more enjoyable than Dark and Darker's, like, you know, market system. If anyone wants to chime in there, feel free to, but that's kind of what I was talking about, or, you know, having a back and forth on earlier, kind of the pros and cons. Did Mistfall devs change anything about second map being trios? I will give you... Oh, so I actually messaged the dev here. I'll tell you what the dev told me. I messaged, or the community manager. I asked him about that. All right, so he said, all right, I asked, is it true that solo chaos is not ready? Oh, wait, hold on, let me back up. Let's see. I said I was trying to get more info on how solos would be handled for Mistfall. If you have some time to spare, that'll be helpful. I said I was trying to find out what happens with solos if it's added during the season. I guess what the plan was for solos. Is it going to be a permanent addition, or is it going to be added briefly as like a seasonal thing? Because obviously I want solos. I mean, I'm a solo player. I asked them what the plans were as far as like the long term of solos. The community manager responded, "We haven't decided yet how to handle single player mode. Our tentative plan for now is to create a single player mode with a daily limit. As for whether it will remain a permanent feature, that will depend on games, data, and performance." So I think what they're unsure of. Oh, also I put another message out and asked specifically what he meant by that. And it looks like they're thinking of some kind of rotation system. I think what they're scared of is that there won't be enough players and the map will just be dead. However, that's also like bad too, because solo players really need to be able to play that map. That's probably one of the worst things about Mistfall Hunter, is this growing concern of the second map. Yeah, I think by daily limit, they mean some kind of, I assume he means some kind of rotation, because I asked about rotation specifically, and he said that he was going to talk to the developer team. So, I don't really have an answer for you yet. I'm still waiting myself. Last time you played your rare lobby, Beast was my quartermaster Shalt Barb. Is this still a good season for it? That's a good question. I honestly don't know, Dalmatian. I haven't played a lot of this season, so I don't really have an answer for you. Like, you might have played just as much as this season as I have. I've only played this season for maybe a few hours total, so not a whole lot. Well, a dynamic open or closing based on number of players is probably what would also possibly be time limit. I don't really know. Again, I just don't know what the plan is. The only thing I do know is that the second map being locked to the second map being locked to solos exclusively would be really bad for the game, for the obvious reason that the second map has the best loot in the game, and it's part of the main story quest, so it would basically lock solos out of the game. So I've been pretty vocal to the devs about like needing a solution to this, to the point of, you know, at least like, you know, messaging them and getting some kind of answer. Unfortunately, I don't have like an actual answer to give you yet. It's probably, if I was gonna give my #1 concern of Mistfall, it would probably be that. It would be this solo Brander Guard ordeal, because that could single-handedly hurt the replay value of the game for me. So all I can really do is sit and like wait. So I don't really have an answer for you, unfortunately. At the very least, I did my due diligence of messaging them and asking, so not much I can really do at this point. I'm kind of stuck with you guys on that, so. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It almost feels like the developers are like planning for failure. Like, it's like the developers are planning to not have the map open because they think the map, like, they think the game is going to fail or something. I don't really understand. Surely it would make far more sense to release the game with the queue open and then worry about player count down the road, because you're more likely to have more players in the game on launch. So I'm not really sure why you would plan around a low player count versus doing it retroactively down the road if it became a problem. It is a little bit weird. Yeah, I would have no issue sitting in a 5-minute queue. As long as I can play the map, I really don't care. I would gladly sit in a long queue if it meant that I could play the map. Honestly, I'm surprised that they're so worried about hitting like the queue or like hitting like player count goals. Just because right now they only have one map for solos. Well, one map, which is solo and HR. So I don't know. Again, it's definitely my #1 worry for Mistfall, and I wish I had an answer to give you, but I don't. The developers have been extremely unhelpful giving any real info on this whole solo thing. So unfortunately, there's nothing I can personally like do. It's not like I have like any real power here, right? You know. So wish I had an answer for you, but I don't. So I made the same exact comment on their Discord. I don't understand why so many of these extraction games seem to think that they should put solos on the back burner. Dark and Darker tried to do that, and the game almost died because of it. You can see it from their player count. So I really don't get it. It's like these developers are just so... I don't know. I don't know what the... I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. I mean, they have Xbox, PlayStation, cross-compatibility. They have Xbox Game Pass. They have Steam. And they only have 4 queues. Solo, normal, or, you know, they have the first map, normal, and HR. So it seems really, really strange that they're so, like, hell-bent on not giving us the second map solo. Like, it's definitely very concerning. So, yeah, if anything's going to kill the game for me, it would, that's what it would be. That's, like, the only thing that they could possibly do to make me not want to play their game, for sure. New channel icon. Yeah, that's the icon that I've had on my YouTube for a while. I finally updated it. I also finally added emotes as well. So, if you're subbed or... Actually, even though there's free ones too, but... Yeah, I finally got emotes on there. Felt kind of stupid not having any. So... Well, thanks Smoothitis. Because Smoothitis is the one who helped me with the emotes, because he had already added them to my Discord channel. And I've imported those over to Twitch with his help. So it wasn't all me. All I did was resize the emotes to be, like, ready for Twitch, because some of them were, like, wrong sized. Yeah, I think a lot of people are like me and enjoy playing games solo. Personally, if a game company makes their game in a way where I am forced to do team play, I just won't play your game. That's just how it is. I'm not going to... Like, it's the same with Dark and Darker. When Dark and Darker became trios only for that brief period of time, I quit the game. Like, you either give me solos or I don't play. That's just how it is. So yeah, that's definitely the thing I'm most worried about. So I mean, all I can really say is, do we just have to wait and see? But it is a serious, like, concern that I have. Because if they mess that up, it could really hurt the game for solo players, which is going to be a big part of the population, I'm sure. We're talking about Mistfall Hunter, which is the game that comes out tomorrow. Now, I like the combat enough in Mistfall that I will play the game regardless at the launch. But as far as the longevity of the game goes, like, they really, really need to, like, make sure they figure this shit out for sure. No, Mistfalls has solos, but there's 2 maps. And during the last playtest, one of the maps was not soloable. And there's been a lot of, like, concerns from not just myself, but a lot of the community asking why solos is not being added to the other map. And we still are not really sure of what's going on there. I would be willing to bet you that at least 30% of the population plays solos. I think that is a fair... It has to be 30%. I think it's higher, but at least 30. I mean, like, what's even crazier is they literally take the time, like, they've taken the time to balance the game for solos. Like, the map, so the map that's open, the enemy stats, like the AI, it's different statted, and I believe that the locations of mobs are also different based on solo versus trio. So they've already taken the time to balance the game for solos. And some of the skills have different cooldowns from solo to trio. So they've gone a step further of where Dark and Darker has gone to balance solos. So it's really weird to me that they've done all these things to make the game soloable, but they're like dragging their feet on like this one thing, which is just letting us play both maps. It's like, it's really weird. I really hope this doesn't like kill the game. Because if there's anything that would possibly kill it, it's this. So, I don't know. I mean, any developer should be able to just look at Dark and Darker's history and be able to very clearly see why it is such a bad idea. Well, that's a good point, too. Just because you have a trio doesn't mean everybody's always on at the same time as well. Sometimes you just want to play solos as well, you know? And don't get me wrong, if I have to play trio, I'm sure I can find a few streamers and play trios. Like, that wouldn't be a problem. I'm sure I could go carry Lich or something. But, you know, just because I can doesn't mean I want to. Like, I just like solos. So, whatever. Well, yeah, the fact that the main quest line requires you to go to that second map is going to be so terrible, because it means that as a solo player, you're not going to be able to complete them unless you play with, like, random trios, or you play solo versus trio, which is both terrible. Well, I'm gonna tell you what, if the developers are dragging their feet on adding solos to both maps, then they're not adding duos. Like, I would not even expect duos to enter the game unless the developers add solos as a permanent thing for both maps. So, like, you might be waiting a while. Just being realistic here. I mean, no matter what happens, I'm playing the game because I enjoy it a lot. But, yeah, I mean, I definitely do have some concerns there. But all I can really do is just wait and see. How did this guy die to goblins? He's, like, looted, too. Oh, there's a rogue here, too. That's why. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm very excited for tomorrow. This is, like, undeniable, you know? Just, you know, I have been, like, very worried about this whole solo thing for a while, so. Yes, the developers are The developers are under the impression that they need to make sure that the queue... Yeah, they're under the impression that they... Oh, I'm just probably dead, huh? Oh, I was so good. I think... No! What? No, what? What? No way. How'd you survive? I hit him 2 extra times and I got a headshot. What? No way. That's insane. Hold up. I gotta see this. Oh my god, he has 1 health. Oh my god, he has 1 HP. Oh my god. Lucky guy. Damn it. Tough luck. I was gonna say, no way. I was gonna say, you know what? You know, he had a white weapon. Imagine if I had a white Morningstar, he would have been dead too. Unlucky, huh? Unfrickin' lucky, I tell you what. Yeah, the advantage, I tell you. Oh, well, that's okay. Not worried about it. But yeah, anyway, I got kind of sidetracked. Yeah, so basically, it seems like the developers are worried that there's not going to be enough players, and they don't want to give too many queues. So it seems like they're not confident that there's going to be enough solo players to fill both maps the way that they want them to. But what I think they're not recognizing is if you lock off the other map for solos, it cuts them off of the story. It cuts them off of the better gear because that map is going to have better gear than the other one. So you're effectively locking solos out of endgame content and, you know, story progression, which is really bad. So, like, they're basically going to, like, they might actually hurt the game more than otherwise, you know. That's the problem. I don't know how they don't realize it. Like, I really don't, like, understand. Seems, like, really strange to me. Mistfall will easily have more than 5 to 10k if you consider console players. Because they're going to have Xbox, PlayStation, and Game Pass. So they're definitely going to have more than 10k for sure. I just don't know the exact number. Yeah, I was going to say, it almost feels like they don't have the confidence that they're going to have the players. And I feel like you don't, like, it almost feels like they're planning for failure rather than, like, fixing it down the road if it becomes a problem. I mean, am I wrong here? Wouldn't it be better to launch the game the way that it should be and then fix it down the road if player count becomes a problem, not pre-plan the game to have low players and then hurt the experience for, you know, half the player base? Surely I'm not exaggerating here. I don't really understand how else I could say this. Well, not to mention, it's 1 extra map, so it's 2 queues. It's normals and chaos. So at the very least, the second map could be only one of the 2 queues. They could make it only chaos or only normals, whatever, or something. There's so many things they could do, and it feels like they're like well, I guess we can't say they're not doing it yet because the game isn't out yet, but it feels like they're like not like really, I don't know, it feels like they're not understanding or something. I don't know. No, it's cosmetic only, so there's no pay to win BS in the game, which is good. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, you want your game to be as good as it possibly can day one for everybody to see. Because if you leave it half-baked, then of course you might have a problem. Like, if the developers don't give solos the second map and then use that as the reason to not add another map because they're like, oh, well, we don't have enough solo players. But the reason they don't have solo players is because they don't have the second map enabled. Well, that's not really good data now, is it? Because you're purposefully basically hurting solos and making less players want to play your game. So of course you should have, like, it goes without saying that you should have the map open for everybody so you can at least see what your player count is going to be like. Like, that's how I look at it. Also, apparently solos for that other map might not actually be ready yet, but I don't understand how that's possible. But I did see something about that too. But that's not really my main concern. Rogues are so weird in this game. I could not imagine playing like that. Like, if I have to play like that, I would just not play the class. That would be the most boring PvP in the world if I had to sit there and double jump, skate around the elevators for multiple minutes. I would hate my life. There's no way. There's no way I would ever be able to do that. Like, I can't even take it seriously. I have no idea how people, like, actually find that fun. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, the Mosquito Rogue playstyle is something I've always disliked. Is it just me, or do I have sword mastery with no sword? Oh my god. You're right. This is supposed to be a short sword. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. You're actually right. No one has noticed until just now. That's crazy. Oh my god. I totally did mess it up. That's actually so funny. Yeah, this was supposed to be a short sword the entire time. You're absolutely right. My build has been gimped. No wonder that fighter killed me earlier. I'm missing 2 damage on my Morning Star. Because I don't have my gear is wrong. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'll fix it after this game. Thanks. Tomorrow is Mistfall Hunter. We'll be live around 8 PM tomorrow, EST. I cannot believe I did that. Yeah, yeah, just kind of blanked. Rusty, huh? Can't believe I did that. I feel like Mistfall Hunter's Rogue feels a lot more proactive in how you can play the game. Like, Rogue and Mistfall actually is pretty fun to me, because I feel like you don't have to do, like, the constant, like, mosquito playstyle. Rogue definitely has, like, a very in-your-face style that you can do. You can do both. You can also, like, do, like, a kiting, whatever, but yeah, I think Mistfall's, like, Rogue is more fun to me, personally. Feels like I can play a lot more, like, aggressively in people's face. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the coffin is castle, not caves. Did they ever fix the elevator bug where if someone dies on the elevator, they're not lootable? Because I bet you Iron Mace never fixed it. That's been a bug for like years. There's a dev stream tomorrow. Oh yeah, I did see that. Someone pinged me in my Discord about it. It's at 8 p.m. EST, 9 p.m. EST. Wait, so it's when the game releases? Well, I'm gonna be playing the game, not watching the dev stream. No, you cannot pre-order Mistfall Hunter. You can't pre-order it, and you can't pre-download it. I don't know why, but you can't, which is kind of sad. Well, you shouldn't be disappointed. Mistfall Hunter's tomorrow. You should be happy. The wait is almost over. By the way, that rogue's body is long gone. That bug absolutely still exists. Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world that there's no pre-orders, but it is a little bit surprising that there's not. If anything, you would think the pre-orders would give them a general idea of what their player count might be like for day one. If that's what they're so worried about for this, like, map thing. I mean, regardless if it's dumb or not, GTA 6 made $2 billion in, like, 3 days by having pre-orders open for a digital-only game. So if people are willing to buy it, you might as well do it. No matter how stupid it might be. Also, there is one use. Pre-ordering it in order to download it early, so it's ready to go on release is kind of nice, because some people have slower internet, so it takes longer. Like, if people wanna give them money, like, they might as well just let them do it. I mean, unless there's something that's stopping them. Like, I know I'm playing Mistfall no matter what happens, so I would have been happy to pre-order the game at any point in time. There's nothing that could happen that would change me buying / playing Mistfall Hunter day one. I did end up getting a copy from that contest that I did when the last beta was out, so I don't have to buy a copy, but I would have bought it no matter what, regardless. Mention the bug of the elevator platform. Why do I think DaD has had that bug for so long? Well, I don't really know why. I think they just don't know how to fix it, because that rogue, his body's gone. Like, you can see here, like, the elevator came back down and it's gone completely. That bug's been in the game for at least a year, maybe 2. Genuinely, I have no idea why that bug is still there, unless Iron Mace just doesn't know how to fix it. One or the other. Do I know the balance changes from last test on Mistfall? Well, they released the dev notes on their Discord and the Steam store. So we have a little bit of info there. So it's not a complete surprise. We know they nerfed Melee here a little bit. There were some updates to Black Arrow and Rogue and stuff. The dev stream is tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST when the game launches. Yeah, so if that's the case, I'm probably not gonna watch the dev stream. I imagine I feel like I should just hop into the game. I don't know if I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, doing it right at launch is kind of weird. Doing it an hour or two before launch would have made way more sense. Because yeah, I'm definitely gonna want to watch. I'm definitely gonna want to be in the game, not watching the dev stream. So I probably won't watch it. It's already gonna be so late for me already that I don't want to waste any more time doing that. It's already a 9 p.m. release, so if I waste an hour or two watching the dev stream, am I gonna not start till 11? Like that's just fair. That's super late. I don't really want to do that. A small window of the dev stream while playing. I don't know, because most likely I'm gonna be using that footage to make a video. So I don't know if I don't really know if that's gonna work out or not. I'm not even really sure what the point of it is. I would imagine people would rather watch the gameplay itself than watch me watch a developer stream, considering the game will have just released. I have to imagine people would rather watch the game. I'm just thinking from a viewer perspective. If it was me watching someone, I would rather watch the gameplay, not the dev stream. I'll be back in a moment, by the way. Well, also, we could always watch the dev stream or see like a summary after the fact for any important info. But I imagine a lot of people are going to want to see the game like right as it releases. Oh, thanks for the short sword reminder. Yeah. I can't believe I've been doing that for so long. Like, that's a huge gimp on my build. That's massive. That's 2 damage and 5 action speed. That's like -1 perk for no reason. Yeah, big oops for sure. I thought my damage felt a little bit low after that fighter fight, but I wasn't 100% sure. If I had had short sword and not stiletto, I would have killed that fighter earlier for sure, because that would have been like an extra 10 to 12 damage and faster swing speed. What was that? Some kind of bug flying in my room. Alright, well, it's gone now, so I guess it'll come back and jump scare me later. Yeah, I don't really understand why the developers are doing the dev stream right as the game launches. That is a little bit strange for sure. If the devs hire me, I can tell them to launch the dev stream early so people don't have to decide between watching gameplay and watching that. I need to... Damn. I don't even know what this bug is. What is this thing? Oh, I threw it in the trash can. You want to see it? No, you don't want to see it. No, it's gone. I don't know where the body is. I know it's dead, but I don't know where it is. I really do not know what it was. I've never seen that kind of bug before. I have no idea. I have no clue. I think it was weird looking though. Tell you what. But yeah, doing the dev stream like 7 or 8 p.m. and then launching the game at the end of the stream would make infinitely more sense. Like, that's such a weird thing. I noticed that when they, like, one of their videos they posted too, the English voiceover was pretty bad. Like, it wasn't AI, it just sounded really terrible. They must not have anyone, they must not have English-speaking people in their team. That's the only thing I can think of as to why it would sound like that. Oh my god, look at the difference in, like, swing speed. It's pretty noticeable. Been gimping my build for so long. Not the spider mummy. Not the spider mummy, man. That's just so sad. Well. That is genuinely tragic. Whoa. Whoa, 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 what's going on here? There we go. Game is being a little funny. Well, I mean, they're speaking English in the video. It's just the English is like... It's very clear someone that is, like, trying to speak English, that it's not their, you know, primary language, but it's to the point that it's kind of hard to understand them a little bit. They really should have hired someone to voice over their video that, you know, coherently speaks English. It would have made for a much better, like, promotional video. So my assumption is they just don't have someone to do that yet. Gnome class? No, there's no gnome class. There's a dwarf race. Well, they clearly did not use AI for that video, and honestly, maybe they should have, because AI would have sounded a lot better than that. Like one of the times where AI actually would have made sense. Because if you're releasing a video with an English voiceover where people, like, can't understand you, then, you know, that is actually a problem. Honestly, I almost would have preferred if they had the video in their native language, if they just made it in Chinese or whatever, and they just had, like, subtitles or something. I would have been fine with that, too. I would have rather read it subtitled than, like, tried to, like, understand what they were saying in English. It was one of the videos they posted on their YouTube channel. I forget the exact name of it. It was just one of their, like, intro to Mistfall videos. It was just very hard to understand them when they released it. I'm sure they saw the feedback, so surely the devs are aware of that, so maybe they'll figure that out. I took Spanish in high school, but I don't remember anything at this point. Hey, Palorino. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, unfortunately, my Spanish is extremely bad, almost non-existent, because I really just don't remember very much from the classes that I took. Unfortunately. Yep. know, talking about queue problems, if anything, I do think Dark and Darker has way too many queues. Because they have, what, 4 maps with, like, 8 regions, plus Arena, plus Squire Royale, plus PvE mode. I feel like Dark and Darker actually does suffer from the queue problem. It's funny, Mistfall has, like, almost... They really don't have that many queues, and they're, like, worried about it, whereas Dark and Darker, I think, has, like, 350 queues in their game. I think DaD would need, like, 100,000 people to make the games feel completely full with how many queues they have. No, maybe that's too. Maybe that's over-exaggerating, but at least, like, 30 or 40. Because you can see my game has had, what, 2 people in it? 2 people have died. And clearly the lobby's empty outside of that. So, yeah, probably like 3 or 4 times the number. Something like that. Well, no, Mistfall, I think, has 2 regions. And you cannot change the regions. It's kind of like World of Warcraft, where China has their own version of the game. It's kind of like that. So I think EU and NA are on completely different servers. You can swap it in you can swap it in Steam settings. But yeah, they're not going to be like together, so to speak. You'll have to kind of go out of your way to like change the region to be where you want to be. Yeah, there's some kind of legality issue with China and US that basically is the result of this problem. I'm not really completely familiar with it, but apparently that is why. Supposedly, the Chinese version might have some censorship that the US version won't have as well, and that's pretty expected because, well, it's China and all that. Same as the WoW China servers, which have like distinct differences. I mean, Dungeonborn died too quick to be a better game than anything. Game died in like 3 or 4 months at most. USA sells data to China, but China wants it for free. I don't know if it's a data thing. I'm not 100% sure, honestly. I wish I was more familiar with how... I should have checked the bosses. I wish I was more familiar with how it worked exactly. All I know is the developers are not allowed to talk in detail of why the servers are separate, but they did make a post on Steam that says that the regions are separate. So it's not like they're hiding it. It's on Steam, so it tells you that the regions are separate. But my understanding is the developers are like not allowed to speak exactly as to what is going on. I'm telling you, it has to be some kind of data or privacy breach or something between US and China as to why this is happening. I don't know how many other games have had this problem. Again, I know World of Warcraft is an example of a game that has a separate China version. Because WoW has, like, it's like a completely separate launcher and everything. So I know that it is separate there, but I'm not 100% sure, like, the legality part of why they, like, can't, like, talk about it indeed. I don't know, like, the finer details. I just know that, like, that's what's going on. So it's kind of weird, but it's not my understanding is it's not the developer's fault. It's, you know, it's not, it's like, it's an unavoidable thing that, like, they can't do anything to stop. It just kind of is what it is. Because it is weird, right? Like, Dark and Darker, you can just kind of choose your region and go. Whereas Mistfall has to, like, go through these, like, weird these weird hoops to make sure that they're complying with whatever law is stopping them from being able to have it open. Something is stopping them, so I don't know. It's a little weird, but what are you gonna do? Chinese law strictly forbids foreign entities from dealing, publishing in China. So there's usually a partner who has the license in China releasing a moderated China client. Well, I guess that would be what's happening, right? Because Mistfall Hunter, their China client is going to be separate and probably have additional sensors that the US will not. So I guess that would track, right? As to, like, why that's going on. Oh, you know what? You're right. I didn't think about that. Arc Raider. No, you're right. Arc Raiders has the same problem, right? Doesn't Arc Raiders have a completely separate game development team for China that's, like, completely different? Yeah, I think you're right, because I saw some people talk about the Chinese version before, where the Chinese version has completely different features and everything from the US version. Now, is that only China, or is it EU as well? Because my understanding is NA is going to be separated from EU. I think EU is going to be with the China server, I think. What do I think about Season 10, and if it was a good enough answer? Wait, what do I think about Season 10? I think Season 10 kind of feels like samey to Season 9. I feel like a lot of the new stuff I'm not really too interested in, so I haven't really been too interested personally. That's why I haven't really played much in 2 weeks. I mean, it's fine. It's still Dark and Darker. But as far as the season's content goes, I'm not really too, like, it doesn't really, like, affect me too much or anything. Nope. EU and US West, China, Asia East. Okay. Yeah. So basically, it's not Mistfall's fault for having this weird, like, regional problem. It's China, pretty much. Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate, but it's kind of hard to be mad at Mistfall for something they literally can't control, if that's the case. I mean, it sounds like it's out of their hands no matter what they do. So, what can you do, right? I mean, no doubt it's probably going to make some people mad because the regions are going to be separated in a way that it's going to make it harder to play with friends. But at the same time, I mean, if that's just how the law is and that's, you know, because of how China is, then I guess it just is what it is. What are you going to do, right? I mean, every game has cheaters. Although Arc Raiders has, like, an abnormal amount of duping. And Arc Raiders also does not have wipe seasonal resets, so the dupe gear basically stays indefinitely, which is, for sure a problem, but what are you gonna do? Well, my hope is that Mistfall Hunter is successful enough that we get this whole solo issue fixed as well, where the devs are, like, unsure if they can, like, have solos or not. Or, you know what I mean, with the second map, that is. Because it sounds like they still don't have a solution to it. It's almost like the devs are, like, waiting to see, like, day one numbers, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure if the region lock can be changed by player count, though. I think that's literally just a legality thing. I mean, think about it. World of Warcraft is a super popular game. So is Arc Raiders. And, I mean, those version differences still exist. I don't think that would just magically go away just because a game is popular. Like, that's just a China thing. I personally don't... I never really liked Arc Raiders. I feel like it was like this super unpopular opinion months ago, and I would get attacked for it because everybody had to like Arc Raiders, but I never liked the game. I truly just... I always thought it was overhyped. It seems like it took a while for people to realize or have the same opinion that I did, apparently, because it was like... It always felt like it was just... it was like being put up on this like pedestal as like the godsend extraction game, and I just never felt like it was all that good. No. Whatever. Oh yeah, I need to check bosses this time around, since last time that's where everybody was. Well, out of curiosity, what is your concern or what you're looking forward to with Mistfall's release tomorrow? Like, what's the positives and negatives? What do you think? Well, Juan, that's definitely not true, considering I've been waiting for Mistfall for almost 2 years now. I mean, it's been almost 2 years since I've had a new extraction to, like, full, like, change over to. So, unless you haven't watched me in a very long time, that's definitely not true. The last time I talked about it was maybe when Dark and Darker removed Solus from their game, and they reverted it, so I took it back. Any opinion on Sand Raiders of Sophie? I'm not really a big fan of it from what I saw gameplay-wise, so I'm not really too interested personally. Yeah, I'm not saying that Arc Raiders is not successful. It definitely was. I just, how was he alive? Crazy he's still alive, isn't it? Unlucky. I have to just eat the hit. I can't give him any more time to heal than he already has. At this point, like, I'll just take the death if I take it. Dude, that guy literally ate so many hits, it's insane. I legitimately can't even believe he was alive as long as he was. That was actually crazy. You think he was full blue? He couldn't be full blue. At best, he could be full green. Possible he was maybe in greens or something. Still crazy. Thank God he ran out of doors. Well, full wipes is good for Mistfall Hunter. Games like Mistfall need full wipes. Without them, you end up with an Arc Raiders ordeal. You definitely do not want wipes to like not be a thing. I bet this guy's full white. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, he survived because he actually has really good gear for the map. I guess that makes more sense. He's in like Goblin Caves Abyss, basically. I guess yeah, it makes sense, I guess. If I was in gear like that, he would have been dead far sooner. I think that's the first guy I've seen all day that actually wore any amount of gear. But yeah, I really think games like Mistfall need to have wipes. I just don't think games like that work if you don't have them. Well, there's multiple reasons that having wipes is good in the long run. Number one, it gives a reset point for new players to enter the game in a spot where it's fair for everybody. Because veteran players don't have just an endless supply of gear that can never be lost. So casual players have a chance to actually catch up to them. That's kind of a big one for me personally. Not to mention, if there's ever any issues, like for example, oh my god. I can't actually. Oh, I fell. Okay. I think I could have killed him too if I didn't fall. You're not saying no wipes, just season characters like Path of Exile? I just don't really think there's any point in that. At that point, you're just splitting the player base. Well, the gameplay loop meaning of extraction games is not just gear. I think new players look way too much into the gear in these games. Like, I guess I get it. I understand why. Because in theory, of course, it would be about the gear. Because, well, I mean, it's a gear-based extraction game. But realistically, I feel like if you're looking at gear as like the only endgame goal, I feel like that just... Oh, I feel like that's just kind of wrong to me. Because I feel like the game has more to offer than just like collecting, you know, different colored pixels, you know? Just me personally. Well, I don't think that's true. Casuals definitely will play Force Swipe. Because Dark and Darker still has new players, and anyone who is new or relatively new, I would argue is a casual player. If you look at the beginning of my stream, I saw multiple people in normals who basically had no idea what they were doing. They were like you could tell they were new players. So I definitely don't agree with that. Because you can use Dark and Darker, which has 4 swipes as an example, to show that casuals absolutely will play through force wipes. I would argue it's less casual friendly to not have force wipes, because if you don't have force wipes, the veteran players just amass such a crazy amount of gear that never gets reset that casuals just literally can't catch up. And I don't think that's good for the game either. I mean, I consider it kind of like if you were to ask me what is the end game goal for like Call of Duty, and I were to say, well, clearly it's to PvP and get better at the game, or CS:GO, you know, I feel like it's similar to those games. I look at Mistfall similar to that of like Battlefield or Call of Duty or CS:GO or whatever you want to call it, with like a little bit of extra steps if you want to look at it that way. I look at Mistfall as a game that is fun to play, not because I'm collecting gear and pixels, but because it's fun to learn and experience. Like, the PvP is like a big part of the game. And the end game being PvP isn't necessarily a bad thing, because there's a lot of games that are PvP focused. Ultimately, it feels like Mistfall Hunter has swayed their game to be more PvP focused than not. They also mentioned adding seasonal content to the game, like mid-season, adding challenges and other like different stuff to do. So I imagine it's not just PvP, it's also going to be cosmetics and seasonal goals. So that'll be a big one too, but it depends on if you're someone who cares about cosmetics. Because let's be realistic here, if you're not a PvP player, but you really like the cosmetics in Mistfall, I imagine you'll probably make it out to try to get everything that Mistfall has per season. I mean, you could make an argument for and against having wipes or no wipes. I'm just giving you my personal opinion of what I think works best. Speaking from experience, I played Vigor on console. Vigor was never alive on PC. It was DOA, but it used to have a lot of players on Xbox. So Vigor had no wipes. So what happened is I played super early on in Vigor, and I amassed an infinite supply of guns and, you know, items, consumables. And every time we got a new season, I would just run around in max gear, just wiping like new players that didn't have access to that gear. And eventually the game died. But that was like every season. It was the same loop. It was run your overpowered gear that you had from previous seasons because it never wiped. Run into people that don't have access to that gear because, well, they're new or they haven't played as much, so they don't have access to that stuff. And it just feels really bad from a newer player perspective. I would rather myself get wiped than run around in max gear for the game's entire duration. Oh, I forgot Vigor was on PS4. I forgot about that. I think it was on Switch too for a bit. But yeah, I played it on Xbox. I mean, Arc not having force wipes isn't really a good thing, though. I would actually argue, I saw people talking about Arc. I was surprised. People were saying that Arc should have a wipe because there's been so many duping problems that the economy's ruined anyway. Like, as far as what people have access to. There is so much dupe gear out there that they will never be able to delete, that because Arc Raiders has no force wipe, that gear is going to forever taint that game and it will never be gone. And that is because Arc Raiders does not have force wipes, and at this point, they can't fix it because they already decided not to have wipes. So that dupe gear is gone, is now there forever. Well, it's not a totally different issue. Because because duping is pretty much an inevitability in games. Eventually, something is going to happen where gear is going to get duped. It is going to happen. It happened in Dark and Darker. It happened in Arc Raiders. Like, you know it's going to happen eventually. So I don't think it's different. I don't think it's different at all. If you decide to not ever have wipes in your game, and a dupe ever happens and it gets out of control, your game is cooked because you can't fix it, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Well, yeah, Arc Raiders, yeah, you could just mule gear to other players, so the wipe isn't even real anyway. But yeah, I feel like it is definitely, like... Yeah, I 100% definitely think that the issue is, like, both. Oh, he's actually kind of fast. Oh, this guy's got some movement speed, man. Oh. I guess I'm dead. That door is somehow closed, dude. Doesn't really matter how bad you think Arc Raiders handle duping or not. Duping is an inevitability in games. Like, not having wipes. Like, Mistfall Hunter is going to have a dupe at some point, no matter what they do or what anyone says. It's going to happen no matter what. So, deciding that Mistfall will have no dupes, you're basically dooming the game to... Yeah, you are dooming the game to being ruined by duping before it even starts. And I think that is a completely, like, legitimate thing to be worried about. Sure wish I could abuse the door meta. Do you think this guy's from stream? I think that Barb is from stream. Yeah, I don't know. I just have like that sneaking suspicion. The way he's W keying me against this Warlock too, it just I think for sure he's from stream. That just seems like that seems like very suspicious. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one, man. Yeah, 100%. That is probably a stream guy. Like, he saved the Warlock and then only W keyed me for 5 minutes. And then ran past the Warlock at least once or twice. That Barb could have killed the Warlock or done anything at any point, and he, like, no, like, yeah, I know for a fact he's from stream. That is not, like, a reasonable thing to do. Yeah. That was, like, really, like, that made no sense. Good thing we're not in high roller, so the gear doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll have to look out for that guy's name in the future. Mistfall Hunter is tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be playing that later tomorrow night. I'll be live around like 8 p.m. EST or something like that. The game launches at 9. Oh, but yeah, anyway, before I got sidetracked by that weird, probably sniping barb. What was I saying before I got sidetracked? Yeah, so I think forced wipes are generally better for games like this. From my experience of being like the sweat, quote unquote, and being in other games that don't wipe, I think it is better for casual players to have wipes than not. So, you know, if the casual players are what we're worried about, then we need to have wipes. Casual players are not being helped by veterans being able to store infinite treasure troves of gear. I really just don't believe that's like ever the answer. I'm probably gonna start with Merc and then go from there. I definitely gotta play Withered Knight as well. Yeah, I've been waiting for this game for 2 years, so about damn time, right? It's kind of crazy to. It's kind of hard to believe it's been 2 years, but it has. October 2024 is when I like started. You know, like is when I first joined, like Mistfall's Discord and all that. So, I mean, a little bit less than 2 years, but pretty close. No force wipe would have killed Dark and Darker ages ago, because it would have just ended up with infinite artifacts everywhere. I could not imagine Dark and Darker without wipes. I legitimately could not imagine. I think this game would have been dead like 3 years ago. Every lobby would be nothing but artifacts from only the end game, like, you know, veteran players. I honestly could not imagine playing DaD without wipes. That is an early second win. Oh, so he does have a bow. You ready for the door shut? That poor guy. And the mage briefed him. What killed Ark was lack of content. I mean, that might be true, but resetting or wiping everybody is content in itself. You might not agree with that, but to me, having everybody start fresh at a clean slate, like, that is content to me personally. But obviously, I don't expect you to, like, that's not really like I want you to agree with what I'm saying. I'm just telling you how I personally view wipes. I see wipes as content themselves. So. Fake content, but you get it? I mean, is it fake content, though? Think of it, okay, think of it like prestiging in Call of Duty. Although I guess that's not forced though, so I guess that's not a good example. But I mean, I guess it's kind of similar though. Would you consider Call of Duty prestiging content? Because in theory, it doesn't do anything. In COD, I'm thinking old COD. I haven't played COD in like a decade. But in old COD, like talking about Black Ops 2, 1, Modern Warfare era, you would get to max level, you would prestige, and then you would go back to level 1. All you would unlock is like an emblem, and then you would unlock everything over again. That to me is content. You're doing the same thing over again, but it's content because you're just doing it again. So I feel like, I don't know. I feel like content to me versus you is just different. WoW expansions. Well, a WoW expansion, it's not quite a wipe, but it's different. Because in WoW, they usually increase the level cap, and then it's really big, like, gear scaling. So basically, if you're level 60 in WoW, and they make an expansion, and then you go to level 70, the gear at level 60 is now completely useless. So it's kind of like wiping, because as soon as you hit level 61 and over, you immediately get gear that's, like, green. That's better than raid gear at 60, or at least pretty quickly you'll get better gear regardless. So it's like, it's not really a wipe, but I guess it's kind of similar in a way, I guess. It is because you can only unlock stuff on weapons by prestiging them. Well, no, that's not true. In Modern Warfare 2, I don't believe there was any unlocks from prestiging. I'm pretty sure Modern Warfare 2 was just an extra emblem. I don't think you unlocked anything for it. Well, Mistfall already said that there's going to be a few select things that are going to carry over between seasons, but it's not going to be a whole lot. Like, I think it's going to be like 1 or 2 camp systems. I think it might be like the, maybe the guild and bot pool or something. Whatever lets you play multiple classes, I think might carry over. But almost everything else is going to reset. Level WoW, or I'll read that as soon as this goblin's done. Level increase in WoW is functionally the same as locking new content by the new season. You can't play the new content in a WoW expansion at prior level, or the max gear from prior level. It's functionally the same thing. That's fair. That makes sense. Well, Skillet, if you got 5,000 hours in a game that has wipes, I would argue that you've gotten your money's worth, man. That's a lot of time that you've gotten to play a game for a mechanic that you don't seem to like. Do you truthfully think you would have got 5,000 hours in DaD if it didn't have wipes? Because, like, I feel like if that's the case, that should almost be an argument for wipes if you got that much time played. That's a lot of gameplay, man. Like a lot. Well, that's true. Dark and darker levels are useless past 15. There's no. It's just a number. That's all it is. I mean, don't you ever just start a new character in a story? Like, don't you ever just, like, play a game, like, I don't know, like Fallout or something, and just replay the game? You know? Because, like, functionally, the wipes allow you to replay the game. It would almost be like playing a single-player story game, where once you start playing, you can never reset. And you're just forever just progressing, no matter what. And I don't know. I just, to me, I don't know. I just feel like wipes are just so much better than, you know, than not having them. Well, I don't think questing in Dark and Darker is in a good spot. I think questing is far too cumbersome for seasonal wipes. Honestly, I almost think Dark and Darker would be better if quests reset like once a year and inventories wiped every 3 months, because redoing quests every 3 months is actually terrible. Nothing about redoing quests is fun. I wouldn't even mind a quest never reset, because to me the content is the gear itself, like, or just, having everybody on an even playing field. I don't give a shit about these quests. When Burnt Peanut was asked to rate DaD, he said it depends what are quests like. Truthfully, I think quests are one of the weakest parts of Dark and Darker. I don't think they're good. I don't know. I just think redoing the same quests every 3 months, as cumbersome as they can be, gets like really old. Just my own thoughts. We got some Cyclops panties for that. Perfect. I must have killed both bosses. I don't know. I feel like there's a way to make quests in Dark and Darker not feel like such a chore. I think having quests... I think the rewards are pretty terrible. I mean, would you disagree? Okay, like really? Do the quests in Dark and Darker not give, like, the most lackluster rewards in, like, I don't like, period? They're not even worth doing. The quests are terrible. As far as, like, rewards go. Like, maybe if the quests gave me really, really good items, well, maybe I'd have a different opinion of it. But they don't. They're terrible. So, what are you gonna do? But I mean, again, couldn't you instead make the quests something that is like naturally going to be done while playing, not go to X location? Or I don't know. I just feel like a lot of the quests just feel very cumbersome in comparison to what they could do. I mean, realistically, by the time quests unlock anyway, they don't matter because the auction house completely takes over any real questing progression that you had to complete anyway. I mean, realistically, why do I need a quest when I can just use the auction house? And that's not to say the auction house is bad, but I mean, genuinely, what reason is there to use the auction versus, like, the quests? You might as well just buy your shit on the auction house. It just makes more sense. Here's a good example. The start of Dark and Darker Wipe, most of the quests are time-gated. By the time the quests are not time-gated anymore, the auction house releases, so all of the quest stuff that might be useful for self-found no longer matters. You know? I think having partial wipes where quests do not reset every wipe, rather maybe every couple wipes, and have inventory resets instead, I really do feel like that would be better. Although, again, I think it's still a fundamental problem that Dark and Darker's quest system just isn't really... It doesn't feel fun, and it doesn't feel rewarding. It feels extremely grindy. Like, too grindy for what the rewards are, you know? Like, what you get to craft doesn't really feel that worth it, because most of the time, the stuff you can buy from auction is better than random crafting from merchants anyway. Sometimes you get lucky and you get like a really good item, but it's all RNG. I don't know. I'm kind of whatever as far as like DaD quests go. That's one thing I'm curious about, is if Mistfall Hunter's questing is going to end up feeling like Dark and Darker's, where, you know, the seasonal reset comes, say, 3-4 months down the road. And if the quests are going to feel like a burden, or if they're going to feel like part of the game, you know? And truthfully, there's really no way I could possibly answer that question, because who knows? But, if Mistfall somehow figures out a way to not make quests feel cumbersome, that will be pretty nice. But I'm not sure what the answer is. I don't know how they're gonna do it. Yeah, I guess if the quest changed every season... But then at that point, you're now committing to an entire new storyline every 3 to 4 months. That doesn't sound realistically possible in an extraction, like, fantasy game. I don't think that's even worth considering, because the amount of development time that would go into making new content every single season would take away from everything else, you know? I don't know if that's really an answer. Yeah, I would argue having really, really good rewards would be a better, you know, carrot on a stick, so to speak, than just having, you know, new quests. Not that new quests are bad, but at a certain point, yeah, it would be like a little bit crazy trying to do that every single season. Well, ultimately, it ends up on what do you enjoy doing in the game. If you don't enjoy doing quests, and you know the quests are going to wipe in 3 months anyway, then eventually you just stop doing the quests, which is why I stopped doing it. Yeah, Mistfall is tomorrow. It's about 25 hours from now. So depending on your time zone, it could be 2 days. For me, it's tomorrow. Questing is mainly for crafting and gambling. I mean, yeah, but do you feel like that's a suitable reward for all the time you spend doing quests? Because to me, it's not. You know what would get me to do quests more? Probably artifacts, or more like, I don't know, maybe artifacts or something, but I don't know. How excited am I for Mistfall Hunter? I would say a solid 8. Because there is still a little bit of worry, so I can't really give it a 9 or a 10. But I think 8 is pretty safe. You'll have to come back in a week and ask me how I feel after I've had a week to play the game, too. Well, you know, I was gonna say you could give golden chests for quest rewards as well. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think gold storage is good in this game. I think gold storage is better as an artificial number, not in individual bags and chests. I think DaD's gold system is kind of dated, and I've kind of like outgrown it personally. I would rather them move away from the whole bag chest system, but I know that might be up for debate. That's just how I kind of feel about it. I don't really like having to sit there without an auto sort, juggling a bunch of little tiny gold bags. It's just not fun to me. But my point is, the chests are not enough for me to do the quests. I don't care about chests that much. I just don't... I don't know. I don't really see gold storage as much of a reward. Gold storage to me feels like it should be a given, not something you have to, like, earn. It feels like it really should just be a number on my stash, you know? But again, I'm aware that might not be the same for everybody. How did Dungeonborn do gold storage? I honestly don't remember. It's been so long. Did they do it similar to Mistfall Hunter and Hunger, where you just had like a number? It was account bound. It was like Mistfall Hunter. Okay, okay, we're on the same page then. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't like 100% sure. Okay, am I tripping? Am I like... Where is the centipede? Am I being stupid? Did I did kill it right here, right? Am I tripping? I just killed the centipede. I think it flew through the map. I think it's gone. Alright. That's a new one. Cool. Alright. I haven't seen that one before. You think it went upstairs? Up the slope? Not that I'm seeing. I think it's gone. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just surprised. Well, Dungeon Board had some pretty bad things too. Remember the dice system? Where once you got access to a unique, legendary, whatever, you never lost it because you could just infinitely hold on to it with the insurance system. That shit was bad. Because Mistfall's gonna have holy weapons. I am thankful that Mistfall Hunter is not adding an insurance system, because that would be shitty. Yeah, trust me, I'm excited for tomorrow as well. This is kind of good. I know this isn't Mistfall or any like combat or anything, but this is good practice to kind of get back into the groove of Extraction. Because I've been playing nothing but like Stardew Valley. Not really much in the way of Extraction practice. Oh, well, aside from that, I've actually just not been playing games, like, at all. A little bit of both. Favorite PS1 game? Probably Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Video game limbo since Hunger. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to play a lot of Hunger. I ended up being busy for a while, which kind of sucked. So I only got to play it for like one day. Terraria and Barony. I bought Barony for $2. I just didn't play it a whole lot. Hunger seems cool. I prefer Mistfall's combat because Hunger feels a little bit more gun-focused. But definitely fun for sure. By the way, Hunger does not have wipes. Yeah, Hunger is not, like, your inventory, as far as I'm aware, will never be wiped. So if you want a game that doesn't wipe, that's probably going to be your go-to. However, that said, that game might have the problem that I talked about earlier, where once the veterans reach, like, the end game of Hunger and they never get wiped, they might just end up rolling lobbies. Well, the second wind. I think second wind is... I think it's terrible. Because now I'm going to go back once I heal, and he's going to have one skill, and I'll have two. It did save him there, but I still think it's bad. Because I hate having to campfire to get it back. Embarrassing moments I can remember? What do you mean? Like, in my life? Now, if we can find him before he campfires, he's probably dead. The only problem is, I don't know where he went. Well, again, my entire example was bigger. I think long-term playability-wise, not having wipes just hurts the game. It's one of the things that I'm most worried about as far as Hunger is concerned. Also, it's not just the wipes in Hunger. Endgame guns are really strong in Hunger. You know how, like, early game Hunger is mostly, like, the, you know, single shot, then long reload guns? Later game Hunger is a bunch of, like, semi-auto, like, spam firing stuff. Like, it's completely different. Or indoor. Well, he doesn't have, wait, does he have a second skill? I'm actually not sure if he has second wind. If he doesn't have second wind, this should be a kill. He got the second wind back, unfortunately. And now I'm being briefed by a goblin. Yeah, it's the only unfortunate thing is I couldn't find him before he got a campfire. Yeah, that goblin's probably never dying. Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore the goblin. I had to focus on healing first. Thank God it's not HR. I probably would be dead from the goblin alone. Alright, now, can I actually find him before he gets his campfire off? That is the question. 95% of Dark and Darker is door gameplay. Yeah, it's a huge part of this game. It's never going away. Dang, he's just gone. I don't know where the hell he went. Oh. Oh God, he's... He said, oh, I have to get the block? I tried. Oh, he actually had a third campfire. It's insane. Alright, anyway. Enough of that nonsense. It's kind of like the longsword parry bait. The moment the blocking stops working, you kind of just end up blocking too much and then you just die for it. He needed to swing his weapon way sooner, and he just didn't do it, so he died for it. Embarrassing moment for my life? I didn't think about it. Alright. I'll tell you something I did as a kid. So, when I was in preschool, or kindergarten, I was very young. It was somewhere between preschool and like maybe 1st or 2nd grade. I'm trying to remember how old I was. It was somewhere around there. I told the school that my mom wasn't feeding me. And I was a very large kid. I have a shirt in my closet from elementary school that, yeah, so this was probably like 2nd grade. I have a shirt from elementary school that's actually big on me. I used to be larger as a kid than I am now. And, the school apparently didn't put 2 and 2 together that I very clearly was eating plenty of food. So I told the school that my mom wasn't feeding me, and then they fed me extra food while I was there. And then child services got called, and then I admitted I was lying. I don't remember any of this, but I was told that I did this apparently. Yeah, I had the shirt in my closet somewhere. I could probably find it. Yeah, it's my 5th grade class shirt. And it actually fits me perfectly fine. Yeah. Here, let me check. Yeah, here it is. This is my this is my 5th grade shirt. Here, I'll put it on. Let's see if it fits. I'm sure it's probably big on me. Let's see. Oh, it's got a big, guys. Here you go. Yeah, this is my 5th grade shirt. Unironically. Yeah. Honestly, the fact that those teachers or whoever even listened to me is definitely not the brightest. I can't believe they even believe that story. Well, I mean, this was what, 20 years ago? Probably somewhere around 20 years ago. Something like that. Honestly, it's kind of insane that that shirt even fits me the way that it does. It's crazy that I weighed more in elementary school than I do now. Like, that's like genuinely insane. I don't even know how that's possible. Well, I guess I know how that's possible. My schools were feeding me like 3 extra meals a day. So that would probably be why. Mistfall Discord, is Mistfall Discord worth joining? I would say so. Well, I've been trying to lose weight over the last like month and a half, but I've kind of hit a plateau. I was like 236, and last I checked I'm like 230 or 231, but I've kind of plateaued around that point. I definitely eat better than I did a month and a half ago. I cut out night eating completely. So I only eat 2 meals a day, usually like lunch and dinner, but I don't eat anything like super late. So I definitely don't eat as much as I used to, but I could still improve my diet, and for sure. What state lets schools do that? I don't know, man. I had some crazy teachers. I don't know. I guess they just had to take me seriously, but you know, I don't know. It is funny to think about. How tall? I'm 5'7". You struggle with eating late? Yeah, there was a pretty long period of time, like over multiple months, where I was consistently eating 2 meals a day, and then I was also eating around like midnight because I was up so late. I have effectively cut out that entire meal at midnight, but I definitely like still need to like cut down even more if I want to lose more weight. Dang, a wee fella. No, I'm tall. What are you talking about? Above average, they say. I don't think there has ever been a point in my life where I was unable to gain weight. That is not a thing. Now, I have had periods of time where I was definitely a lot skinnier for sure. But, I feel like weight has always been a struggle for me. Yeah, it's always been a thing. 6'4"? Damn. Yeah, I'm not quite that not quite that tall. You know, if I was 6'4", my weight actually wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. They say like every inch is about 5 pounds. So. Although 5'8" and 130, that sounds like you're a stick. That sounds very, very like skinny. I can't even imagine. I don't know if I've ever weighed 130. I might have weighed 130 for like 1 year of my childhood. Yeah, I would love to have the problem of not being able to gain weight. That would be perfect for me. I've always had the opposite problem. In order for me to lose weight, because I've done it before, I have to meticulously count basically every single thing that I eat. It takes a lot of work. And I can basically never stop doing it, or I just gain the weight back. Doesn't work, man. No, I could lose 50 pounds and still technically be able to lose weight and be healthy for sure. I don't know exactly what my healthy weight target is, but based on that fact alone, I know it would be good for me to lose like more weight. I mean, really, losing 5 pounds is like great and all, but in the grand scheme of things, it's been over a month and a half and I've only lost 5 pounds. Maybe that's not terrible, I guess, but I definitely feel like I could like do better. Oh, man, it's not my fault though. So much I ate so much shit for my I'm gonna blame my birthday. Yeah, Because for my birthday, I was given a full-size cake. Well, not a full cake, but I was given a cake. And I definitely ate a lot of it. And then I also got ice cream. And I've been keeping sugar out of the house. Like, I haven't been buying, like, stuff for the house at all. But for my birthday, I did get stuff. And I definitely ate all of that. That definitely wasn't helping. Definitely wasn't doing me any favors. Yeah, we'll just blame that. Something like that. I ate it all? I cannot be trusted. There's a reason I've been keeping 0 stuff in the house, sugar-wise, because I literally will just eat it. I can't keep it in the house. I can't do it. My self-control just isn't really there. The only self-control that I can do is not buying it at the store. I can do that, but that's the extent. Yeah, the ice cream in the house is 100% yeah. I try my best not to keep that stuff in the house as much as I can. I don't have to eat it all at once. No, but it doesn't matter, because if I have like a 3-pint of ice cream in the house, which is what I had for my birthday, and then I eat it every day for a week, like, that's really bad for me. I shouldn't be doing that. But like, when I go to the store now, like, over the past month and a half, every time I go to the store, I have purposely avoided buying any junk food that I would usually have bought. I used to buy, like, ice cream and cookies and all that other shit. I stopped buying that completely. But, you know. I'm gonna assume he has multiple doors to full heal. Yeah, that door's open. He's full health. Isn't that funny? The only reason I kill him is because this door is not here and it's already destroyed. If this door and that door was closable, he would have been long gone and been full health. No problem. Funny. Tomorrow is Mistfall Hunter, finally. Hard to believe after a 2-year wait, but yeah, we're finally almost here. Do I drink soda or sugary drinks? Well, the technical answer is yes, but it is better than it used to be. So I used to keep soda in the house, but I also stopped buying soda. So the only time I drink soda now is when I'm out of the house, if I like go to a restaurant or something, or I like maybe go to my dad's house and maybe I have something, because I go to my dad's. We do like board games and stuff over there with like the family. So the only time I ever drink soda is when I'm out of the house, but honestly, I really should not drink it at all. It's that self-control. It's why I don't buy it for the house. If I buy a 2-liter, it's probably gonna be gone in a few days, so I just don't buy it at all. A full-size cake and saying I eat a lot is wild. Okay, well, let's back up here. I did not eat a full-size cake. I was given a cake for my birthday that I shared with my family. I probably ate a third of the cake. Probably a third. Did not eat the whole cake. Not that crazy. I could have, though. I could have ate the whole cake, but I shared it, obviously. But yeah, I just have to keep everything out of the house. Yeah, I didn't like actually, yeah, I didn't like actually eat a full cake. I was kind of exaggerating, but But yeah, between that and then the ice cream I got from my birthday, yeah, it was definitely like way more than I should have ever eaten. Yeah, but I feel like in the last few weeks, I just haven't been eating very healthy in general. Again, I'm eating better than I used to. Like, if you compared my eating to 3 months ago, I would say that I'm eating healthier. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I could still be doing better. For sure. I actually drink a lot of water. Although, I don't usually, like, chug water before a meal. I think everybody is dead. You have an 11-year-old son who's 5'4", 240. There goes the door. He should be dead for sure. Oh my god, he survived a lot of hits. I got like a headshot or two in there too. Holy shit. 1/3 is respectable for birthday. Okay, but here's what I'm not telling you. All right, here's the dirty secret, the dirty laundry from birthday. The third of the cake was fine, but I also was given 2 3-pint containers of ice cream. I did not eat all of it, but I definitely ate a lot of it. Those never should have entered my house to begin with. It's one of those, like, people were being nice, and then I was like, well, now I'm gonna eat it, I guess, and I should not have eaten them. Something like that. Tomorrow I'm probably going to main or start with Merc and then make my way to other classes. I have tried to walk somewhat consistently. It has been kind of hard recently because our temperature has been so crazy. Yeah, I've been trying to walk like more in general too, which I think is good. I just need to stay consistent with it. I definitely walk more now than I did like 3 months ago, so that at least is good. I'll go and walk for like an hour or so, a couple times a week. But yeah, dude, we were having like 110-degree days, and I'm like, man, I don't want to go walk in that shit. But yeah, I've been trying my best to walk when it is at least somewhat nice. I actually might walk tonight as long as the rain is gone. I cannot ride a bike. I was never taught as a child how to ride one. I don't know how to. Hey Sharpie, how you doing? Yeah, riding a bike is one of those things that, like, I feel like I should know how to do. But at this point, I don't know, I feel like I don't know. Use my car. I don't know. I doubt I walk 10K a day. I'd have to look up. I don't know what the math is on walking. I don't know how many steps are in a mile. I'm not exactly sure how much I'm walking per day. But I just know that I could definitely stand to walk, like, more, for sure. Where is this, blue portal? I tripped him? Maybe I went past it. Oh, I did. Thought it was up top. You can ping the portal? Oh. That's cool. I never knew you could do that. $10K steps is 4 to 5 miles. I'm probably walking. When I go for my walks, I'm probably walking like 3 miles. Maybe 4. But the thing is, I spend so much of my time like sitting down that I could definitely stand to. I really need to walk every single day. I gotta make sure that I balance, like, when Mistfall comes out, because, like, I have, like, as far as content creation goes, I have, like, a lot to do between streaming and then also making my own videos. It'll be pretty busy, definitely for at least the first week. I need to just make time to do the walking and stuff. Yeah, don't need to sleep, right? Sleeping's for the weak or something like that. A standing desk? I don't think I would ever, like, trade out this desk. I've seen those desks that people have where you, like, treadmill as you play, which is interesting. I bet you I'd lose so much weight if I was on a treadmill while I played these games. Almost would be impossible to, like, overeat at that point. Do I want to be one of those guys that does push-ups for subs? Dang, I don't even know how many push-ups I could realistically do. I know they'd be hard for me for sure. Go try? Well, you can't even see, my camera is zoomed into a spot where you actually can't even see my floor. You couldn't see my push-ups even if I like tried. Yeah, because the camera, I have it zoomed so you can't actually see a large part of my room. There is no possible way I could do a handstand push-up. That doesn't even sound possible. I doubt it. I very much doubt it. Well, I used to do a lot of, I actually used to do a lot of weight training, weightlifting. I used to do it almost every single day throughout high school and college. I used to bench like 235, and at the time I probably weighed somewhere around like 170. Yeah, I used to be extremely fit. That was like a decade ago. So, yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, I used to do weight training every other day for probably 5 years, and I almost never missed a day. I did it 3 to 4 times a week. Yeah, I would like to eventually. I would like to just be under. I would like to just be under 200 pounds. That I think that would be like a good initial goal. But you know, takes time and all that. Don't people hate gym streamers? Aren't all gyms like filled with people like streaming in the gym and everybody hates them? I feel like that's the case. Well, regardless if you think I look good or not, I am definitely overweight. Sure. I definitely could stand to lose some more than I've already lost for sure. I thought about... I mean, the thing is, when I do walks, I usually walk around my neighborhood, so I would literally be doxing myself. I'm not so sure if I want to stream that, you know? Well, I actually have weights in my closet. I have adjustable dumbbells. A few years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I used to do... I have a yoga mat, and then I've done like full body exercises with the dumbbells that work pretty well. It kicked my ass though. It was really hard to get into, and at this point, it is so hard to get back into it because it actually like it kills me. Yeah, there's a video routine that I followed when I used to do the full body workouts a few years ago. I used to do it like 2 or 3 times a week. It definitely helped a lot, but yeah, trying to get back into it at this point would definitely be kind of hard. Yeah, we're live. I'm not gonna be live for much longer though, because we're gonna be live a lot tomorrow, I imagine, pretty late. So this will kind of be like my last day, so to speak, of like relaxing and not streaming all the time, because I'm gonna be so busy with streaming and like making videos after tomorrow. It's gonna be pretty crazy, so I'm probably not gonna be live too much longer. I've done what I set out to do today, which was just to kind of have like a little farewell dad stream before we started going hard in Mistfall. So we'll be live. I'll be live around 8 o'clock or so, and it releases at 9. Although I don't know if I'll be live right at 8, but yeah, the release is at 9, so I'll be live probably at least a half hour before that. I mean, Dark and Darker has been fine today. I've won most of my fights, or had some close fights that I lost. It was all good. You know, I mean, it's fine. It's kind of the same old, you know? I'm definitely at the point where I prefer Mistfall's combat, and I'm pretty confident in saying that at this point. Hopefully the game goes well on launch tomorrow. 9 p.m. Yeah, it's late. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. EST. So it's like 24 hours from now. That is crazy. I gotta watch that kill cam. He ate like 5 hits. That's actually crazy. Holy shit. How'd he eat so many hits? I just can't... I feel like I'm not doing any damage. That's crazy. I guess, legendary plate pants OP. Gear diff, I guess. That probably did absorb at least, like, 30 damage. So, yeah, probably. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, very close. I'm really surprised I died there. I thought for sure he would be dead. Yeah, I think he had like 6 health left or something. Yeah, every death I've had today has been within like 1 to 5 HP. And then I've only died maybe like 3 times or something, I think. Oh well. No, I don't think that Warlock was sniping. I don't think so. I just kind of stumbled across him. That was a really good pair of legendary pants, though. So there was, I mean, for sure, that probably swayed that fight a little bit. I was doing like 24 damage a swing, which is pretty nuts. Buy green weapon. There's no marketplace. If there was a marketplace, I would be running in greens, but there's not, so it's not really an option. Yeah, I mentioned that before. Unfortunately, Dark and Darker during self-found, there's nothing to spend on gold until auction releases, so it just kind of is what it is. Well, I can't buy one from the bot. My bots have white gear only. I guess I could buy a white piece of gear, but I don't have greens. Yeah. Well, anyways, I think I'm done with Dark and Darker anyway. So, thank you all for watching the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Again, this is probably going to be my last DaD stream for the foreseeable future. I will be live tomorrow night, and we will start our Mistfall journey, so to speak. And we'll start going hard on that game, and hopefully it does well, because I really like it. So, see you guys tomorrow if you can come by, and have a good night, everybody. Oh yeah, we can raid someone before I go. Take a look. Well, I don't actually know who's streaming. Is Glocktain streaming? I don't see Glocktain streaming. Maybe I'm tripping. Here, let me check. If he is, I'll stream. Oh, he is. I see him now. Yeah, we could raid Glock before I go. All right, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and I will catch you later. All right. Peace.